5 minutes notice. And then, yeah, when it's really full. And then at the end, we have
Okay. Okay, it's there.
Es que en el hashtag está mal.
Sí, pero el hashtag que está separado
Pero mi nombre también lo corregí 4 veces y está mal. Aquí está mal, en la lista está mal.
Es importante evacuar el lugar.
So, good morning, everyone. Guten Morgen to all our guests and scientists, students, and everyone. Following the inspiration from Alexander von Humboldt and his integrated view of climate as imperative component of the Earth system, we will start our morning session with two great talks on biogeochemical cycles. So first we will have Dr. Susan Tromber, director of the MPI of biogeochemistry in Jena. She's an outstanding scientist leading research on the role of carbon cycle in the Earth system. She was recently awarded the Benjamin Franklin Medal in Earth and Environmental Science and another medal, the Marsh Award for Climate Change research for her contributions to the understanding of climate cycle and the relationship between tropical forests and climate system. So, and then secondly, I will introduce our second speaker. So please, Susan.
All right, thank you for the kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to start by saying a few words about the institute where I'm a director, the Max Planck Institute for Biogeochemistry, and we're in Jena, in Germany, and Jena is actually a very important place where Alexander von Humboldt spent some time together with Goethe, and it's in the center of Germany here, in the former Eastern German states. It's a beautiful city, and I hope you come and visit us sometime. Very nice place to live. So for those who don't know what biogeochemistry is, in our institute we think about it as the metabolism of the earth. So elements like carbon cycle back and forth in between different chemical forms, so like CO2 in the atmosphere can be fixed by this enzyme here, rubisco, to make reduced organic compounds. And those can be returned to the atmosphere either through plant respiration or decomposition of plant materials. So when we talk about the biologically mediated transformation of elements and transport of elements, we're talking about an element like carbon moving between inorganic and organic forms through biology. And one of our key challenges is that the Rubisco enzyme is a molecule, and we want to understand its influence on the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere at the global scale. So we can see the influence of photosynthesis and respiration by annual changes in the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, but we want to track that over 17 orders of magnitude back to understanding the process that's actually going on. And that becomes more complicated because at each level of complexity or each level of organization, different processes become important. And so in our institute, what we try to do is use multiple observations at multiple scales to try to understand which processes are most important and how these things interact with each other to understand signals at each of those levels. So the example I can give you is, we know that Rubisco, the rate of the enzyme reaction depends a little bit on the substrate availability, on temperature and things like that. But when we go to a leaf, the rate of photosynthesis depends partly on the amount of Rubisco enzyme that's in the leaf, which is a measure of the availability of nitrogen in that ecosystem. And it might differ from one tree species to another tree species that handles its nutrients in different ways. And it will differ between shade leaves and sunlit leaves. So there's already complexity built in that has nothing to do with the enzymatic process, but has to do with understanding species and a little bit about biodiversity maybe and function. At the level of a flux tower, where we can measure the CO2 exchange between the atmosphere and the forest canopy with instruments that we have above the canopy, we start to have to understand how air exchange is in order to calculate the fluxes. And we're also looking at a community of species rather than just a single one. And so on up to the top, where we can use remote sensing is one way to go across scales because we can now use it, the greenness, to understand something about what's happening even at the tree canopy level with modern observations. But also, so this is part of our challenge as an institute. Coming back to Alexander von Humboldt, the major questions that we're asking are, so there's this complex interaction of different processes that operate at different spatial scales, but at the same time we're trying to understand all those interactions. Everything's changing. So the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is changing. The weather is changing because the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is changing. And our major question in our institute is how do terrestrial ecosystems interact with and respond to ongoing climate and land management changes? And can we use our understanding to predict what the future is going to look like with continued climate change? So it's a big challenge. It's sort of a fundamental science challenge on many levels because we have many things changing at the same time and we only have one experiment. So, and we have no control where the changes aren't happening. So we have to, look at complex systems and use models to do our thought experiments. But going back to Humboldt, whoops, wrong way. Going back to Humboldt, we can see already changes. This is the Simposio mountain, so he was one of the pioneers in linking vegetation and climate together, trying to understand how they interact and influence each other. But if you go back, so someone went back in 2012 and went on the same hike and found that the species distribution was different. It's a little bit controversial. There's some controversy about this paper, whether it's climate change that causes vegetation shifts or some of the really large-scale changes in land use at the base, but it's certain that the glaciers have retreated and that is due to warming in this century. Okay, but I'm not here to talk mostly about a lot of what our institute does. I'm here to talk about a project that spans across many institutes, and especially the partner institutions are the Max Planck Institute for Chemistry and Mines, the INPA, the Institute for Amazon Research in Manaus in Brazil, and the University of the Amazonas State in Brazil, in in Manaus also. And we have a lot of funding agencies. So I'm going to talk to you about the Amazon Tall Tower Observatory, partly for this audience because, you know, Colombia has the Amazon in it, and this is a big infrastructure project that could be useful either to use data from or to link to climate studies or ecosystem studies in the more western part of the Amazon compared to where ATO is. So ATO is a joint Brazilian-German research infrastructure that basically was built between 2007 and now, and is now ready for really use for lots of investigations. And its main goal is to study the role of intact Amazon forests in global climate and atmospheric composition. And so here's the tower. It's the main thing you can see if you fly above Manaus or above the region is this tower sticking up. It's a 325-meter tall tower. And I want you to note that if you've ever flown across the Amazon, which maybe some people here have done, it's impressive. I mean, it's called the Green Ocean. It really is this large, unbroken expanse of forest. And it's unique in the world because it is so large. And so what is ATO really? What's the infrastructure? The infrastructure is this, all the attention goes to the 325-meter tall tower because it's 1 meter taller than the Eiffel Tower, and it's the tallest research tower in South America. So it's a platform to get us up into the atmosphere, a little bit away from the influence of the forest. It cost a lot of money to build and was a big logistical challenge to do in the middle of the forest. So there were 2 80-meter towers that have been operating since 2014. So these are instrumented with a lot of different equipment to look at everything from meteorological variables, radiation, humidity, wind speeds. There's a large group of Brazilian physicists who are looking at turbulence and the exchange of air and the influence of the forest on that. There's chemical measurements, which I'll talk about later, greenhouse gas measurements, and all going on these 80-meter masts for the last 4 years. For the tall tower, we're still installing some of the things. There are a lot of laboratories at the base, climate-controlled laboratories. But I want to convince you, I'm not really a tower person. I once swore that I wouldn't have nothing to do with a tower, and now I get to help coordinate the research at one. So it's not just towers. It's really the focal point for a lot of different research. And the main thing that's good about the ATO, where it's a platform, is that all of these things are being done in the same place in a way that's comparable. So we have, people studying plants and soils, and this is Santiago Botia. He's a Colombian graduate student in our institute who's working on the greenhouse gas measurements. We have clean labs, we have climate-controlled laboratories, we have nice field facilities and good food if you want to visit. So there are about 100 researchers, I would say. I don't actually know the number between Brazilian and German research groups, but there are also other groups who have proposed to work at the site, and we try to accommodate everybody because it's such a unique infrastructure. I think everybody here knows why the Amazon, so it's this large intact tropical forest. Tropical forests don't have a lot of land mass, but they are, because they're in the tropics, they cycle enormous amounts of water and carbon and energy, and therefore what happens there influences not just the regional climate, but also the continental climate and even the extracontinental climate. It also, because of where it is, it's some of the pristinest or the cleanest atmosphere on the planet. So you can study what land-atmosphere interactions used to look like before humans put a lot of extra particles and gases in the atmosphere, especially in the northern hemisphere. So that's another reason to study it. It also has a lot of carbon in plants and soils. It's not the lungs of the world, no matter what you hear in the popular press. And if anybody wants to ask a question later, they can ask me why not. I don't have time to explain it now. The other thing is that it's changing fast. I think, this is the fires in August last month when everybody read about Brazilian politics. You can see that you can see all the roads in the southern and western Amazon as the locus point for the fires, which are associated this year. They're more this year because there's more deforestation. But the point about Atto is it's sampling more the wetter parts of the Amazon and the intact forest that has little land use change. And that's part of the reason it is where it is. The other thing is, besides land use, warming in the tropics is going to lead to non-analog vegetation conditions. So this is a plot of the mean annual precipitation and temperature, and these are the envelope of the points that are in all climate models. So the blue points are the historical record, and the 2100 future levels are here in the red points. And what you can see is we talk a lot about the Arctic and climate change in the Arctic, but if you warm the Arctic, we have analog vegetation. We know what it's like when it's warmer, what will grow. But if we warm the tropics, there is no analog tropical forest that exists in the temperatures of a degree or two on average warmer. And so we actually don't know what's going to happen. Will the vegetation adapt to those conditions, or will it change into savanna or something else? We just don't know. And of course, there have been large droughts in the last few years associated with El Nino. We don't know if those are increasing in frequency. We just don't have a long-term observations to really guide us there, or the understanding of what causes them and makes them persist. So our 20-year question, building this big tower, it wasn't just to do measurements for a few years, it really was to accompany the climate change into the future and see what happens to the forest and try to understand it in time to maybe prevent some of the more catastrophic changes, but at least to understand what might happen. So we want to understand how climate change will influence this, how changes in climate variability, extreme events will cause changes, and then what will be the consequences if the vegetation changes for the region and beyond. So in order to do all that, we're asking a lot of different questions simultaneously because all of these things interact. And I'm going to show you just two examples. One has to do with the water cycle, the exchange of water, and the recycling of water in the Amazon basin, because that has consequences. You've probably all read about the river of water, the atmospheric river that goes the opposite direction of the Amazon, which is draining the area. So you have a lot of recycled water going into the interior. And the other one has to do with the complex interactions between the vegetation, atmospheric chemistry, and cloud formation, and maybe a little bit about greenhouse gases and not so much about processes. So, but they're all important, and the main point is, if you're interested in Atto, is to understand that we're doing all these investigations at once in a single place, and it's really rare, and especially rare in a tropical forest ecosystem. So I'm going to start with the atmospheric chemistry. Basically, the atmosphere is a big reactor, and we have reduced gases like reduced nitrogen gases, reduced carbon gases, these volatile organic carbon, but also gases like methane, which is a volatile organic molecule, coming out of the forest and mixing up into the atmosphere. We have what's called the oxidizing engine of the atmosphere, where we have radiation, splitting water and making this OH radical, which is a highly reactive, very short-lived gas in the atmosphere. It basically oxidizes those reduced carbon compounds ultimately to carbon dioxide. So it's the return of the photosynthesis to the atmosphere. And so I want to break that apart a little bit and show you why it's such a complex thing and how it relates to climate. So we heard yesterday some talks about the many, many, many compounds that are present in plants, and that plants emit some of those to the atmosphere, the volatile ones. And we, as we heard yesterday, we still don't understand what all these compounds do, why the different plants make them, but the plants in tropical forests globally and in the tropics globally, it's the largest single source of these volatile organics to the atmosphere, much, much larger than anything we put in the atmosphere in polluted regions. So here the plants really are controlling the chemistry. If we look at the thing that oxidizes them, the OH radical, which is very, very low in abundance and very difficult to measure, and we add up all the things that we think it reacts with, and we know their fluxes because we're measuring them all at ATO. Basically, we can't account for the amount of OH reactivity that we can measure with adding up all the components. And so there's already, our understanding of atmospheric chemistry, this is the work of the people in mines. There's something fundamental that we're missing in the tropics that right now we can't explain. So that's an ongoing piece of the investigation by the people from the Max Planck Institute for Chemistry. The second thing that happens is the fate of these gases, once they're in the atmosphere, is as they get oxidized, they become more condensable. So they stay less in the vapor phase and they'll go into a solid phase. They have to condense to do that and coagulate with other particles, and ultimately they'll form big enough particles to form what are called cloud condensation nuclei. So this is a particle that's big enough so that you can condense water on the surface, and that's how you form clouds. So even if you have supersaturated water vapor, you need something for the droplet to nucleate on for it to form. And so without the aerosols or the particles that are formed from these volatile gases and in their oxidation products, you don't have clouds and you don't have rain. So, and another mystery at ATO, so here's one of the few measurements that we have, continuous measurements at the tall tower and the small towers. And maybe just in the interest of time, look at the smaller ones here. The 325 meter tower has a lot more particles than the lower levels, 60 meters or 5 meters. And if the particles are coming from the canopy, we would expect the opposite, right? They should decrease as you go up in elevation. But they increased, and it's a long story, but the basic point is they have to actually get sucked up by clouds and then processed and then come back down for them to actually be able to form clouds at the level that they do. So that was a big thing. And of course, ongoing investigations are also showing what happens when you pollute that atmosphere. So we're studying the pristine atmosphere, but in the dry season, of course, we have imported smoke. I don't know if this is going to work. Probably not. No, my film doesn't work. So just a few words about water balance, because I'm getting close on time here. How much of the precipitation is recycled is really a question. This is a picture from 300 meters. You can see we have clouds above and clouds below. And one of the big questions is how these things interact during the course of a day. So our group has done some studies of what's the partitioning of rainfall that falls, how much of it gets re-evaporated. And in forests near Manaus, it's about 60% goes back to the atmosphere and 40% goes down rivers. And we do that with a combination of, very detailed measurements of what goes up the tree stems and a mass balance of what is going back and forth at the top of the canopy. So we have this estimate for 1 year. We want to know how it varies from 1 year to the next when we might have a very long or a very short dry season. And one of the ways we're going to do that is with isotopes, but I don't really have time to talk about that. I just want to show you one more example, which is this forest atmosphere carbon balance. Just to show you what the tall tower sees and why we have the tall tower there. This is a backtracking of air parcels that are coming to the tower in the wet season and in the dry season. And these are measurements of CO2 at the 80 meter tower compared to clean air upwind in those two directions. And so we can compare these to what we see with the 80 meter tower is mostly the influence of the forest. So by going above to 325 meters, we should be able to say whether the Amazon is a net source or sink of CO2 on those timescales. So I'm going to skip through all the other things here. There's an awful lot to learn, and I'd encourage you to go to the website for the project, atto.org. We're on Instagram, we're on Twitter, so you can find all that there. We try to communicate a lot of the science that we do. I'll stop with this. What I think makes it so special, we have multiple disciplines working together at the same place. We have continuous multi-year observations with high precision and accuracy, so we can look at variations from year to year or in the 20 years to go. And we have state-of-the-art tools that allow multiple observations to constrain our understanding of the system. So I'm going to stop there and thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan, for this amazing talk. What happens to the carbon once it goes from the land into the ocean? And I think this is going to be like the topic, one of the topics of our next talk. So I would like to introduce Karma Uget from the University of Los Andes, from the Department of Geosciences at the Universidad de los Andes. So Karma is going to present her recent results on the organic matter transport into the ocean.
Okay, I guess you hear me. Okay, I wanted to start with the acknowledgements. So, really, you don't hear me? It's the first time I have this. The students beg me not to use a microphone. The source of organic matter in contrasting tropical and coastal environments is a really long title because it is from a paper that we just got accepted. It's going to probably come out very soon. As I said, I wanted to start with the acknowledgements. First, I wanted to acknowledge Dr. Hyun-Jun Kim. She's a Korean researcher. We happened to be in the same institute when I did my PhD. She was doing a postdoc, and she has helped me. I'm too short for the microphone. She's helped me a lot with projects, research, and letting me use her labs in Korea. I also wanted to acknowledge Catalina González Arango, the presenter, because I arrived in Colombia in 2015, and she has helped me a lot to adapt to the university, to the country, and she was the one that provided the samples for this, I hope you will agree, really nice project. The project originally was funded to Catalina through called Ciencia, so that's why the logo is also there. Hanyang University is also in Korea. They were the ones that led me the labs. And I also acknowledge the Alexander Van Humboldt Foundation, because even though that work was done a long time ago, I just got a grant, and I spent the summer in Germany, which allowed me to actually write the paper. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the relevance of the project, but thanks to Susan, I don't have to explain how important biogeochemistry is. I'm going to show you a little bit the model, why we did the study, the way we did it. Then I'm going to go directly into results, what sort of organic matter delivery we have. Marine production. I'm going to really just touch upon a little bit of contamination, and I'm going to show you some integration of everything and some conclusions. So I think, we all agree that the organic carbon and the carbon cycle is really crucial, especially since at the moment we are affecting greatly this part of the carbon, the atmospheric part, which Susan showed, but that has a trickle-down effect on the whole cycle. Terrestrial input to the ocean is a long-term sink, and that's why we care, right? As right now, what we are doing is removing carbon from a long-term storage, which is petrol, and putting it in the atmosphere, which has a much, much shorter resilience time. the input of organic matter through rivers or runoff into the oceans, and ultimately the incorporation into sediments is the only way at the moment we are counterbalancing this, right? This is the model of the study. So the interest we had was to see the terrestrial input and also the production in the ocean and how that would change the total carbon that we would have in the sediments, especially organic carbon. For that, I use biomarkers. So, and I will go into more detail of what they are a little bit later on. For climate, we can use N-alkanes and GDGTs. For ocean production, we can again use N-alkanes and crenarchaeol. And that's the part on contamination. We can also luckily use also N-alkanes, so it's good. In order to understand the organic matter, we need a lot of different boxes. This is by no means a comprehensive model. It's an actual simplified model. But then you see that the amount of terrestrial input is related to climate, but it's also related to geology and the hydrology, which links those two, and a little bit also to anthropogenic. I will only touch on chemical contamination, but we are doing other things. And the best way to do this is to use biomarkers. The best way to trace organic matter is to use biomarkers. And for me, one of the best places to study the factors that are important is Colombia, and I'll show you why now. I used a set of samples that Catalina provided. You see here, we kind of focus a lot on the very, very coastal area. And the fact that Colombia has two coasts is already exciting for somebody that's an oceanographer like me. But it gets even more exciting because the river steepness and length is different in the two coasts. The pH is lower in the Pacific because the upwelling is faster. Desalinity is higher in the Caribbean because there is more evaporation. Much higher precipitation in Chocó than in the Caribbean because of this little Chocó jet. It brings the moisture on land, and because you have this really coastal mountain range, it uplifts fast and it rains, but in this side, not here. The intensity of the upwelling is also different, much more intense upwelling in the Pacific. And tropical Pacific is more productive. So that's not even everything, but as you see, we are touching upon all those boxes that I said were important to know how much organic matter we had in the sediment. That was something that was a surprise for me. This is just one of the surprises we got along the way. If you look at the map here, the rivers that give to the Pacific, I only plotted the three main ones in each side. Even though the rivers in the Caribbean are much longer, with much bigger catchment areas, and in most cases, much more discharge, when it comes to sedimentary input, the Pacific wins, hands down, all the time, even with very small rivers, right? So that's where you cannot study one thing without the other. This is mainly because of the geology. It's climate, but also geology. Now I go a little bit into biomarkers, and I apologize for those of you that already know this. I'll try to be quick. So what are N-alkanes that I kind of introduced before? They are the leaf waxes, and you see there's very creative people that go to the botanical gardens. Yeah, this is what makes the droplets not go into the leaves, but rather they slide down. And there are different kinds with different lengths. And what's exciting for us is that different types of plants will do different types of waxes. Because you can imagine if you are an algae, you don't actually want the water to slide on your surface, right? If you are a tree, you probably do want that. This is what it looks like. So it's an hydrocarbon. Oh, sorry. I did a little table. So if you look only at the odd numbered, 15 to 19, you are looking at aquatic algal and bacterial production, photosynthetic bacteria, so in situ production. If you look at the 21 to 25, you look at freshwater and submerged macrophytes, so this kind of lagoons, yes, but also transitional environments between continent and ocean. The higher plants are C29, 31, yeah, all the odd numbered, but with the addition that we can distinguish between C3 plants and C4 plants, so we can also have an indication on climate. C4 plants are adapted to dry environments, arid environments, and low CO2 concentrations. And finally, I go to the petrogenic origin, and I won't go into detail into this. Basically, most of the petrol we have is of bacterial and plant origin, but when you cook it at temperature and pressure, what you get is the reversion to more stable hydrocarbons, which are even numbered instead of odd numbered, right? Other biomarkers are used. I won't go into detail on those ones because they keep fighting about what is what. I will use these ones that seem to be less controversial, so the acyclic GDGTs. Originally, they were thought to be soil markers, but people are still fighting. I'm out of that fight. I just use them. And I'm going to use this other marker for archaea, which is aquatic origin. And in our case, it's going to be mainly ocean production, yeah, but not primary production. I'll show that a little bit later. So I go into oh, good timing. I go into the terrestrial organic matter, and I don't know why oh, there you go. So this is the acyclic GDGTs, so the soil input. And you can see here that all the rivers that give to the Pacific, they have very high inputs associated to these river mouths, okay? In the Caribbean, the only river where we have high input is the Atrato, but we are cheating a little bit, and the Colombians will know that, yes, because this department is half, this half is Chocó, and this half is Antioquia, yeah? So this part of the river Atrato is actually in the Chocó area, so I'll get related to really intense rains. Right? So even though if you see the river Magdalena that crosses most of the country, you would expect that this would have more input, but it doesn't because the climate is different, right? So it's not one single factor. When we look at high plants, it gets better because even though it doesn't work everywhere, I do believe that these are mainly indicating soil input, so you don't only have to have a lot of rain to mobilize your biomarkers and rivers to transport it, but of course it's much easier if you have soils, yes, close to the coastal area. The Magdalena River, because it's so long, the steepness at the end is very, very low. And the amount of soils that get incorporated here, it's minimal. When you look at higher plants, because they are the leaf waxes, and presumably they can also be transported by wind. So if you have big enough wind, you have to imagine these leaf waxes like little pieces of wax on top of the leaf. So if you have big enough winds shearing on top of the leaf, then you can remove them. So theoretically, they can also be transported through wind. But what we see here is a very similar a very similar pattern to the soil, where you get also big incorporations associated to these river mouths. So even though in other areas you might get most of your incorporation through wind, our studies makes us believe that in this case it's mainly through rivers. Yeah? And again, if you let's say ignore this point that's coming out of the Magdalena River, in average the input is also higher in the Pacific. So they are consistent, the results. Marine production, I don't know why the animations are there. As I said, we use these N alkanes of low chain. That would be photosynthetic bacteria and microalgae that would be producing those alkanes. You see here that they increase as you move offshore. Yeah? They do this in both sides, but then of course bear in mind that a lot of our points were very, very, very coastal. So it's difficult to interpret the trends, but they do increase as you go offshore, and you're gonna have more production. See these points where you get this kind of approximation? I think that's because it's related to blooms that are related to nutrients being inputted in the system by the rivers, right? So everything is linked. The archaea, as you see here, first we were a little bit puzzled because they do not show the same, but then upon reflection, they don't have to show the same because archaea are not primary producers. Archaea are ammonia oxidizers, at least the archaea we are monitoring here. There are lots of archaea, it's a big group. We're only using the ones that are ammonia oxidizers. So I'm gonna go back a little bit. This would be primary production associated to nutrient input, associated to offshore increase, right? Here you get a different pattern, but then we're going one step after primary production. What archaea do is take the ammonia that's produced by the plankton and by the bacteria and oxidize it to nitrite. But then, because nitrite is very volatile, it's really difficult to, it's not really volatile, not the word I was looking for. It's very transient because a lot of people is waiting for that NO2 to happen, to use it, right? So it transitions very fast from here to here. That's why the map I put here is nitrate, right? We did try at some point, when I was at University of Washington, we did try to measure nitrate, but this really, if you've ever tried, it's tricky. Yeah? So a lot of people use this nitrate as the end product to estimate this balance. And if you see here, we have hierarchy here where we also ultimately have high nitrate, and we also have this point here, kind of this pattern here, which would associate to this. This, that looks very exciting, we don't have any points here, right? So, oh, there you go. So I move on to the last point, where we look at petrol-related organic matter input. And as I said, I put the formula here in case somebody's really excited about it, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. We are looking at these even-numbered hydrocarbons, and we are looking at abundances. And now level 2, biogeochemistry, you have more contamination the lower it is. Yeah, so if you're looking at this, that is pristine natural sources. If you're looking at 0, that's a petrol sample, okay? So you can see already here that the Pacific overall, much more natural sources, again associated to these rivers. And when you go to the Caribbean and you see the little stars here that I maintain as a surprise, they are the main harbors in Colombia, right? So Buenaventura is the only one in the Pacific coast which is big enough to be in this table from the Transport Ministry. You have here the export tons as an indication. So it's not negligible, but it's much less than what you get in the Caribbean. And in the Caribbean, you have 4. The biggest one is Santa Marta, but then also Barranquilla, Cartagena, they're very close together. And this one is in the Guajira. This one is mostly coal, so it's not. You see here that this purple, which would be the 0, is associated to this some of the harbors, not all of them. Yeah. And here, Buenaventura is here. And again, you see this purple. So we do see contamination by petrol using these alkanes. It's not tragically high, let's say. Yeah. There are other problems that are much more relevant at this point. So we do have high values, or low, let's say. We do have low CPI values and therefore high petrol input associated to the harbors, but not to a point that would be worrying, let's say. This is the PCA results. I got confident. This is the PCA results, and it's just, I wanted to show you just very simple patterns. One is you only get in situ production of these GDGTs off the coast, far away. The red ones is high soil input. This is associated to an ocean current. And the black ones are also associated to high soil input, but with a higher pH. We said the pH in the Pacific was lower and the Caribbean was higher. And for the alkanes, I don't know what happened to this as animation, but basically the red and black, you have photoalgae and bacteria in high numbers, and those are a bit less close to the coast. Higher plants associated always to these outlets over the rivers. And in this case, in these blue ones, we think it would be some macrophyte coming from these kind of coastal environments like mangroves or lagoons that are more present in this site, again, because of the geology, because the Pacific side is much steeper. The conclusions I basically already said, and since I am out of time, I leave them there for you. And with that, I would like to thank you.
So thank you, Karma, for your great talk and this great session. Very inspiring for all of us interested in carbon cycle and like climate change. So we have a few minutes for questions. Yeah, there's one in the back, and then second and third.
Good morning. I have a question for Dr. Huguet. Have you seen if there is, excuse me, there is any correlation between the soil classes alongside the river path and the discharge of organic matter? I mean, because there are some soils that have a higher organic matter content, and I'm not sure if maybe that could have some kind of interaction with your markers. I'm not sure if I'm asking a silly question.
No. I did.
This one.
Okay. It's work. I did not look at that, but what we've seen in general in other studies is that climatology, for example, and other factors are more important, like the geology, the steepness of the river, and the speed of transport is more important versus the amount of organic matter. Right? Because if you look at the Magdalena River, of course, also they did all this damping during the way, so there is a lot of retention of sediments and also organic matter along the way, and also much more chance for degradation. Yeah. So And then because of the earthquakes associated to the subduction zone, you also get more input in the Pacific, in the deep ocean.
There's one in the back first.
Due to the invitation with the green lung, no, the lung of the earth or so, I would like to ask that question and maybe connect it, since this is a kind of a binational meeting also. I mean, the Green Party in Germany has in the discussion for the budget yesterday has asked the German government to stop any collaboration with Brazil and to actually support Macron in stopping also Mercosur. So I was just wondering, what is your catch on these questions? Because I mean, I must say I'm a little bit confused about what is the kind of the right political view there.
Well, I'm not going to tell you what the right political view is, but what the science can tell us is, I mean, of course, if you burned all of the Amazon forest and put all that as carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it wouldn't change atmospheric oxygen very well. It would change it very little. So we have 20% oxygen in the atmosphere, but we only have 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide. Now, you would add about another 50 parts per million of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. So don't worry about the oxygen, but because we have so little CO2, you know, burning a lot of forest is part of the greenhouse gas emissions. It's maybe 1/10 of the emissions of what people are doing by burning fossil fuels now, so it's not by any means the greatest part. I mean, one of the reasons the Atto Tower was paid for by both Germany and Brazil is that it's thought that because of higher CO2 levels in the atmosphere, the forests are taking up more carbon now. They're photosynthesizing more because CO2 might have been limiting, and some of that carbon is getting stored, so that actually the intact forests are helping us take out some of the CO2 we're putting into the atmosphere. We don't actually know that. The error bar in that is large, so we still have to do that. So, but anyway, I mean, I think the point is, the forest is important not just for the carbon, but also for water cycling, for the climate. And we actually, there have been models that say you take away 25% of the forest and you'll reach some tipping point where it can't evaporate enough water to support itself anymore. So some of those are the sort of the classic models by Carlos Nobre, which is why we want to improve those climate models, which we know are imperfect. And that prediction, is there a tipping point, is there not? Those are important questions. But I don't think politically, you still have to have economic development at the same time you try to preserve natural resources. And I think it's up to entrepreneurs in Brazil to figure out how to do all that with assistance when they ask for it. So. Oh, well, sorry, what was the first question?
About the oxygen.
Oh, the lung. So, let's see, 20% of the atmosphere is oxygen. And the amount of global photosynthesis, if we take it all and add it up, it produces about 0.02% compared to that 20%. So it's really, the reason we have 20% oxygen in the atmosphere is because of the sediments that are accumulating on the coastlines. We're burying organic matter without reoxidizing it. And every time you do that, there's a little more oxygen that accumulates in the atmosphere. So over millions of years, you've accumulated that much oxygen. So don't worry about oxygen, worry about CO2.
And Dolores, I think we have like a short one.
We can always move the Atto Tower to the Colombian Amazon if we need. But this I know. This is a question for Karma. I'm interested to know your opinion about whether deforestation in the western Andes flank could affect the sediment in the Pacific. Because I'm not sure about the timing. In the Caribbean, many of the deforestation was in the past, so perhaps you're not picking up that. But current deforestation, there's some there. So.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. The little bit longer answer is it's always kind of puzzling to say that something like deforestation is positive, but because you remove the trees that are holding the sediments, you are going to have more input. So eventually you could result in having more sequestration. But that would be in the short term. But then since you've removed all the vegetation, then you would cease to accumulate organic carbon in the sediment. So any soil that you got after the first 5-6 years, it would be inorganic. So that, it's a two-time thing.
Okay. So with that, I would like to thank again our speakers and move into the second session of the morning.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to chair this second session of the morning. I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Carlos Sierra, who is at the Department of Biogeochemical Processes at the Max Planck Institute for Biogeochemistry in Jena. I had the pleasure and the honor to visit their group in the last 3 months, and it was a wonderful experience working and trying to coupling the water, energy, and carbon balances of the Amazon River Basin. So it's very nice to be here with Carlos. He's one of the most important researchers in Colombia about tropical forests, carbon cycling. So it's an honor for me to present Carlos, and he's going to talk about timescale of carbon cycling in tropical forests. So, Carlos, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Herman. Thank you, all the organizers. And yeah, it's great to be here. I feel home back in Colombia, and home. Max Planck Institute is also my home in Germany. So I'm very happy to be here. And I'll present you the work we've been doing in Jena. And mostly in this topic of timescales of carbon cycling, and a little bit with a twist towards tropical forests. So this morning we've been talking about climate change, the global carbon cycle. So this graph shows the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere as measured in the Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii. It shows how the concentrations of CO2 in the atmospheres have gone up since we start continuous measurements in the 1960s. And right now we are above 110 parts per million. Based on the physics of the atmosphere and the physics of radiation, we know that that's related to the increase in temperatures. And this graph is showing the average global temperature at the surface of the Earth and how it has gone up. And this is obviously related to the greenhouse effect. And we know that there is this connection, and therefore there is a really big interest in studying the global carbon cycle. Yeah, this is probably very hard to see from where you are sitting, but the idea is that this is a picture, a diagram of the global carbon cycle, the main reservoirs in the ocean, the main reservoirs on land, and also the main reservoirs of fossil fuels and how we are burning that fossil fuels, putting up carbon in the atmosphere and completely modifying the global carbon cycle. We know that from all the emissions of carbon, and mostly there are two sources of carbon to the atmosphere. One is from fossil fuel burning, and the other is from deforestation. Fossil fuel burning is obviously dominant. We have almost 90% of the carbon that entered the atmosphere in the period between 2008 and 2017 is actually due to fossil fuel burning. And this is actually has a really big slope of increase, or a rate of increase. And tropical deforestation is much lower, but nevertheless important. From all the carbon that goes into the atmosphere, actually not all of it stays there. Only 44% of that carbon stays in the atmosphere. The other part of that carbon will go either to the terrestrial biosphere or to the oceans. And we see that then that about 30% of the carbon that we emit from anthropogenic activities actually ends up either in forests, in grasslands, in terrestrial ecosystems. Therefore, it's extremely important to understand the fate of that carbon that goes into the terrestrial biosphere. And there's been a lot of work trying to understand what happens to the carbon that is emitted to the atmosphere. And this is a graph of different global Earth system models that look at the dynamics of the global carbon cycle and the dynamics of climate. Each line here is the results of each particular model. And here we see what happens when we emit one petagram of carbon to the atmosphere. We emit that carbon to the atmosphere in the model, and we see that that carbon eventually is going to go to the ocean, it's going to go to the land, and it's going to take some time to that carbon to disappear. A lot of that carbon, actually 50% of that carbon will disappear in the first 80 to 100 years, but some of that carbon is going to remain for a really long time, about 1,000 years, right? And in global carbon cycle research, people use these experiments, these simulation experiments, to see what will be the consequences in terms of changes in temperature, global surface temperature, or in ocean sea level, in the sea level rise. So we see here that each model is predicting that there will be a certain amount of warming given that emission of carbon, and there will be some increase in the sea level due to that emission of CO2. This is extremely important for the atmosphere and to understand the climate. But we also need to look at what happens to the carbon that goes in the opposite direction. So we've been putting a lot of attention of the emissions of greenhouse gases. Once either we have deforestation or we have fossil fuel emissions, that carbon will go to the atmosphere and eventually is going to disappear from the atmosphere. We can compute the amount of warming that will happen due to that emission using this formula. But we need to do more research in the other direction. We need to understand what happens to the carbon that is being sequestered by the beta-terrestrial ecosystems and for how long it's going to be there. It's extremely important to know for how long that carbon is going to be removed from the warming effects that will happen in the atmosphere. So therefore, we are very interested in quantifying, getting some metric of the amount of avoided warming that happens because ecosystems are taking up that carbon. And this is a graph actually from Sutrumbor that shows in a really nice schematic way what happens to carbon once it enters an ecosystem. First, there will be photosynthesis in the leaves, and the carbon gets transformed there to sugars and starch, and then it will go to different parts of the plant. It will go to the stem, it will go to the roots. Some of that carbon is going to eventually go to the soil, but in each of these parts of the ecosystem, the carbon is going to stay there for relatively different time scales. Some of that carbon is going to stay there for a year or maybe less than a year. Some of that carbon is going to be there for years or centuries. And some of that carbon is going to stay there for centuries or even millennia. And if we plot the time since the carbon gets fixed until the carbon gets respired back to the atmosphere once it leaves the ecosystem through the process of respiration or fire, we can actually get this type of curves in which we can observe for how long the carbon actually stayed in the ecosystem. The work of my group has been focused a lot on trying to mathematically represent these processes, trying to come up with mathematical models that are more tractable to be able to represent all the complexity that happens in terms of carbon uptake and carbon allocation and carbon release back to the atmosphere. So basically we take all of these different processes and we try to organize them in mathematical equations. A lot of people have done this already, and a lot of people have produced models of the carbon cycle, but our contribution has been to come up with relatively simple looking equations that can actually generalize and synthesize all of these models that have been proposed before. So we make use of some concepts from dynamical system theory. Basically, we generalize mathematically these models as something called compartmental dynamical systems. And these systems actually have very interesting mathematical properties that we can use to better understand the global carbon cycle. And some of the mathematical properties of these models that we're interested in is something that we call system-level diagnostics, and two of them are what we call system age and transit time. I don't know if it's easy to see from where you're sitting, but basically we can abstract an ecosystem or any complex system in terms of a system that has multiple reservoirs, and you will have matter that enters into this reservoir, and it will get mixed there with other matter and molecules and particles that are in this reservoir. And to each of the particles that enters the reservoir, we can attach a clock that is going to measure for how long this particle is going to stay there. And if we look at all of the particles that are in the system and we aggregate them all together and we calculate their means and their statistical properties, then we can come up with something called the system age, which will be the age of all these particles inside the system. If we look at what is leaving the system, what is in the output flux, and we also look at the age of those particles, then we come up with something called the transit time. And this transit time tells us how long did it take for all these particles to go through the whole system. This transit time is extremely important because it tells us a lot about the whole dynamics of the system. It's sort of an integrated measure of everything that is happening in the ecosystem. And this is an example on how do we use this. I'm taking here a global carbon model, a relatively simple global carbon model that has a few different components. One is the non-woody tree parts, so basically this will be all the leaves and foliage of an ecosystem. This will be ground vegetation, small little plants. They take up carbon, but they also respire carbon. But some of this carbon can get allocated either to woody parts, or maybe they will produce the detritus. This is organic matter that will stay on the top of the soil, on the ground. And then some of this carbon may eventually come to the soil, but in all cases you will get respiration. So we have a complex system that represents carbon stocks and fluxes on the Earth system. And we have some preliminary numbers about how much are those, the size of these reservoirs and how much are the fluxes of these reservoirs. If we take this model, then we can actually look at the fate of that carbon once it's entered. In this model, we assume that about 113 petagrams of carbon enters the terrestrial biosphere each year, and this carbon actually will stay there for some time. Some of that carbon will get respired really quickly. Some of it will disappear in the matter of a few years, but some of that carbon is going to stay there for a long time. Some of this carbon will go then to will enter these foliage and ground vegetation pools. It will move to the wood, and then it will move to the soil, and eventually in the soil will stay there for a relatively long time, and it will have a relatively long tail. We can also compute then the transit time and the age for this carbon, and this means, and when we do that, we get about these numbers. We get that the transit time of carbon in the terrestrial biosphere could be something of around 15 years. And the age will be something about around 70 years. So this means that the carbon that is taken up by photosynthesis will get absorbed, will get quickly allocated to leaves, but also will get respired really quickly by the organisms. So therefore, it will pass through the system relatively quickly, but we may have a relatively long tail. Some of this carbon will stay there for a really long time. And of course, if it stays there for a long time, when we look at the age of carbon in the system, then we will find that it can stay on average of around 70 years. This is very important because it helps us to understand the time scale at which the global carbon cycle operates. Now, let's look at a map of global photosynthesis. This was produced in our institute. This is a diagram of global photosynthesis produced using satellite observations combined with observations from towers that are put on towers, like the ones that were shown before. They measure the exchange of CO2 between the forest and the atmosphere. And when you put these two data sets together, you can actually produce these really nice maps that tell us how much photosynthesis occurs on Earth. And obviously, we can clearly see that the tropics are the regions where you have the largest photosynthetic fluxes. This is actually where most of the carbon is actually taken up each year. So the tropics play a really important role in taking up carbon from the atmosphere. And as we move to temperate and boreal regions, we see much less photosynthesis. Here in the second graph, we see that as we move out of the tropics, we get much less photosynthesis. Okay, but this is how much carbon will come in. The next question is, for how long is going to stay? And these are two maps of the transit time of carbon and the mean age of carbon. And now we see that in the tropics, actually, the carbon stays there for relatively short periods of time, between 15 and 25 or 30 years. It doesn't stay there for very long, and this has to do with this huge amount of organisms and biodiversity in the tropics that are taking all this organic matter. They have really fast metabolism, and therefore the carbon goes back to the atmosphere relatively quickly. In the boreal regions, therefore, we got carbon staying for much longer periods of time. There's much less carbon coming in, but the few carbon that comes in the boreal regions stay there for much longer. So this is very important actually to understand what happens in very different regions of the world and how important are they in the global carbon cycle. Something also important for the tropics is that even though carbon stays there for a short period of time, we have the potential to manage tropical ecosystems to make this carbon that is taken up to stay for longer. And this could be an interesting way to think about carbon management in tropical ecosystems. How do we test these ideas? Everything that I showed you before is from models. And to test these ideas, we use radiocarbon, and particularly bombed radiocarbon. So in the 1950s and 60s, there were a number of atomic or nuclear weapons testing that happens above ground. And a lot of radiocarbon was produced as the result of these nuclear bomb tests. There was then an agreement among all developed nations to not do this type of test. And after that, the amount of radiocarbon has been decreased in the atmosphere. We can use radiocarbon as a tracer of the global carbon cycle. And this tracer can tell us how fast carbon gets incorporated into different organisms. And we use measurements of radiocarbon to get an idea of how fast the global carbon cycle operates. So for example, for the simple carbon model that I showed you at the beginning, we can use this model in the atmospheric radiocarbon curve to get an idea how much radiocarbon will get incorporated in an ecosystem and what will be the radiocarbon of in the respiration of the organisms that take up this carbon and release it back to the atmosphere. So if we have these two types of measurements and we do these measurements over time, we actually get a really good idea of how fast the carbon cycle operates in different parts of the world. So with Susan Trombor, we've been working on this really large effort to put together a database of radiocarbon observations, mostly for soils, but this database actually can tell us a lot about the timescales of carbon cycle in many different places around the world. There are a huge number of observations that have been already compiled. Since radiocarbon measurements are extremely expensive to do, the value in dollars of this database actually goes in terms of millions. I don't remember exactly the number, but it's actually millions of dollars for the measurements that are in this database. But now, so I'll talk a little bit more about tropical ecosystems. So we are working at the Athos site, this infrastructure that Susan Trombor introduced before. We are doing measurements of radiocarbon in this forest, basically trying to get an idea of what is the radiocarbon signature of the respired CO2 that comes out of the forest, but also the amount of radiocarbon that is incorporated in the leaves, in the stems, in the roots, in the soil of this ecosystem. We have preliminary data for two types of ecosystems that we found are close to the Atoll region. One is called Campinarana in the local language. The other is called Terra Firme. There is a similar ecosystem in Colombia called Barillal. that is similar to Campinarana. These are a particular type of forests that have very interesting dynamics. And for this type of forest, we have, or for the two type of forests, we have measurements of radiocarbon, and we get an idea of how much radiocarbon has been incorporated in stems, in litter, in dead wood, in leaves. We see that the leaves and dead wood for the two ecosystems have very different values. They're closer to zero. They're actually values closer to the atmosphere. That means these are relatively fast cycling type of carbon. And for the other type of organic matter, we actually have much larger variation and much larger numbers. This tells us a little bit more about that carbon stays for longer in this type of ecosystems. Right now, my student is in Ato. She's collecting gas samples, and we're going to look at the gas measurements later this year. So to summarize this part, at the MPI for biogeochemistry, actually, we're interested in studying the timescales of the carbon cycle in many different places around the world because we're interested in global scale phenomena. But we're very interested in studying tropical forests because they have these really large fluxes of carbon. The carbon stays there for a relatively short period of time, but we can actually think about ways in which can make this carbon stays for a little bit longer in tropical ecosystems. And we use radiocarbon. Radiocarbon is one of our main tools because this is the clock to measure process rates in the global carbon cycle, or particularly in the terrestrial biosphere. Now I think I have time, and I want to talk about a slightly different topic. I want to mention a project that we have a couple of years ago in which we did a workshop in Medellin. We invited German and Colombian researchers and to discuss the topic of post-agreement, post-conflict Colombia and what will happen to ecosystems. We got this publication out of that workshop, and we created something called PEACE. PEACE means the Plataforma de Estudios y Análisis sobre Colombia y sus Ecosistemas, and in English will be Platform for Ecological Analysis on Colombian Ecosystems. We have a website, small website. There's not a lot of information there, but you can go and visit the website. The main thing of PEACE is after this workshop, we came out with this idea, and we want to propose three important things. One is we think Colombia needs a national center for ecological synthesis. Colombia right now produces a lot of ecological information that is very important, but it's very difficult to put together. It's very difficult to analyze, and we need to do a lot more synthesis of this data to get useful information out of the data. We are also proposing to establish an ecological observatory for Colombia. Even though we have a lot of data, this data has a lot of problems of format, is not compatible from measurements from one place to another, and we need to establish a new infrastructure that allows Colombian scientists to go and do new measurements and actually coordinate all these efforts in a much better way. And the third thing we propose is something called platforms for interdisciplinary dialogue and action, and it's basically spaces like this in which the Colombian scientific community comes together and talk about these topics. We have a couple of projects already running. One was funded by NASA, has to do a lot with observations from space. And the other, we got a student in our institute that is also working with remote sensing observations and also looking at changes of vegetation in the tropics and in Colombia. So with that, I wanted to thank you. This is my research group, and I'll take questions afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you, Carlos. Our next speaker is Professor Dolores Armenteras. He's from the house. She works at the Laboratory of Ecology, of Landscape Ecology and Ecosystem Modeling, Department of Biology, National University of Colombia in Bogota. She will be talking about contributions from tropical landscape ecology, research in Colombia to global change ecology. So, Dolores, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation I know I'm from the house, but anyway, it's an honor to be here and be talking about. And I'm going to start my talk from a different scale, a bottom-up scale, not a top-down scale. And I want to show you a little bit of what we've been doing in the last few years, especially since I joined the university. So today I want to mention that this is a collection of work of all our research areas that we also teach in a group that was created in 2008, so about 10 years, 11 years. And I'm not only going to talk about the first 2 lines of research today, but there's a lot of exciting work and more optimistic, wonderful on biodiversity in the other 2 lines, but I'm going to talk a little bit about some not so optimistic way of seeing our landscapes and what has happened in the last few years. I'm going to talk about land use, deforestation, fragmentation, and also about fire, ecology, and geography, and all the research that we have been doing. When we started the group, or when I started that group and created the group, and I started a new landscape ecology research line at the National University, we started looking at the patterns and causes, drivers, why deforestation was happening in Colombia. So this was the beginning many years ago of trying to understand what was happening. So we started looking at the Amazon, and we'll come back to the Amazon in Colombia, but also at the national level. Why at the national, where, in which places, why was happening a deforestation very fast in some areas and why not in others? So we started looking at that in order to understand how the system was working. Whilst doing that, we started looking at policies already. So I think this is one of the frontiers of science that we should be talking about as well. And we already started looking at some of the efficiency of management, different types of management in Colombia. And in this case, for instance, this is just an example, but we're showing already 10 years ago that protected areas will always be very effective, not sufficient, but effective in halting deforestation in Colombia, also indigenous reserves, but already we were discussing the role of roads, creation of new roads, plans for new roads and deforestation in Colombia, and something that we have to talk about in some of the North Andean countries, which is illicit crops, because it has a lot to do with the dynamics in landscapes in Colombia. So we're sort of like studying these, but also looking at the buffer areas, the areas surrounding protected areas and indigenous reserves. And we already were showing some trends of a lot, you see the 80s, 90s, 20s, a lot of an increase in transform ecosystems around protected areas and indigenous reserve 10 years ago. We were already showing that there was something going on. It was very effective. Those areas were important, effective, but the pressure was coming. The pressure was coming from the outside, right? In any case, Susan already talked about the Amazonian fires in Brazil. Raise your hand, please. Who heard about fires in the Brazilian Amazon in the last few weeks? Right. Who heard about the Colombian fires last year? Who heard about the Colombian or Brazil fires 10 years ago? This is something that it was building. So it's one of the frontiers as well, trying to do research that it's trying to I'm not going to say forecast, but as researchers, we were seeing that this was building up, and in Colombia as well. And you'll see, 10 years, 15 years ago, people were telling me I was wasting my time studying fires in Colombia, 15 years ago, and I'm very stubborn, so I kept studying it. And you'll see what I'm going to show you. Anyway, there's a debate about fire everywhere, but in the tropics particularly, because there's a debate about whether it's an ecological disturbance, whether it's an ecological catastrophe, or whether it's a useful land management tool, which is perhaps a bit of everything. So that's where we started trying to, while studying deforestation, fires starting to appear, and we started to look at all these questions about it. One of the first, and that's why I'm telling you, if you heard about fires in Colombia years ago, because this is one of the first examples, we started like measuring how much vegetation was being burned. How much was the area affected in Colombia? And how different were the different regions? Because, you know, as many of you know, and many of you are getting to know, Colombia has 5 very different regions in many terms, geographically, socially, environmental, and also with fires, because we started to measure. And sometimes I ask the question before I put this slide about how many hectares of vegetation do you think Colombia gets burned every year? And nobody gets it, because it's highly variable and actually is increasing. But anyway, at that time, we were already showing that it could be for almost 400,000 hectares per year, and years of El Nino, very dry conditions, could go up to 1 million hectares. And a journalist once published that 1 million kilometers squares of Colombia were being burned because he made a mistake between hectares and kilometers. Colombia is about a little bit more than 1 million kilometers square, so that was a bit of an issue. But anyway, we started showing, and you see certain years where you see darker means more area being burned. And I'm not going to talk about carbon because not everything is about carbon, but I'm sure the speakers before could illustrate us about what the implications of carbon emissions are. But not only that, there's an association of fire with climate conditions. You burn things when they are dry, not when they are wet. So this happens in the landscape, and the drier the season, the more fire you're going to get because it's easy to burn. We'll talk about this later. We started to show that in the savanna regions of Colombia, the extension of the fires were much higher. So those fires are more extensive. They occupy a lot of area. But also in the Amazonian, Caribbean, and Andes, we were already showing that there was a lot of fires every year. But then we sort of start looking not only at the extension of the fires, but also at the number of fires and the size of fires. So it happens that already 10 years ago, we were showing that in the Amazonia, the fires were smaller, but there were more fires, more small fires everywhere. So in quantity, the number of fire, one event, was higher in the Amazonia. So that was intriguing. So then we started looking more about fires in the Amazon, particularly the link with climatic anomalies, but not only with climatic anomalies, which is starting to be more clear that the drier it is, the drier you're going to burn your vegetation, but also with deforestation. This is our contribution was in Colombia also to demonstrate years ago that fires were linked to deforestation in the Amazon, which is really in our Amazon, northwestern Amazon, the wettest part of the Amazon of the whole basin. This is really important because it has a lot of implications about all the biogeochemical, climatic, hydrological cycling. So we showed that and started studying this, but this was not enough. You start proving things where you keep finding questions and evolving about this. So what we did, it was a complex thing of trying to understand the role of fire with illicit crops, deforestation, pastures, and the dynamic so fast that happens in Colombia. Colombia, it's an example of rapid changing landscapes. So you cannot be, if you're not fast enough, you don't pick what's going on because things can change so fast. So we started looking at the complexity of what was going on. This is, for example, one of the colonization frontiers of the Colombian Amazon, and trying to understand in red fires, in pink, illicit crops. So we showed that the illicit crops had reduced considerably in this area. And also fire was had a role in the interannual dynamics, but not so strong. It depends in which area. So we started contributing to understand these fast dynamics of yearly things happening. I wanted to prove that fire was being used for illicit crops cultivation, and in this case, we couldn't prove it because the illicit crops were getting smaller and smaller, so you don't do fires for that, or they don't do fires for that. Anyway, that was part of our question at that time. But again, we didn't stop. We still wanted to know not only deforestation, we wanted to know where the fragmentation, landscape ecology has a lot to do about patterns in the space, in the landscape. So we wanted to see whether there was a relationship between fires and fragmentation of forest. Not only deforestation, which is the total removal, but also fragmentation that leaves smaller fragments of forest. And a lot of what is called forest edge, the edge between forest and something else. If we imagine the Amazon as one big fragment of forest, we would think that the edge is only on the edge, but this is not the reality. When you go down scale, you find a lot of fragmentation and fragments and edges between things. So we started to also look at this, and I think this was one of the first studies that proved also that fires, and these two, for instance, are relating the number of fires with one metric in landscape ecology, which is edge, a number of fragments, more fires, more edge, more fires. So the fires do not occur in the middle of a fragment, in the middle of the Amazon. They mostly occur in the edge. So this was part of our contribution, but also linked with policy again, and with management practice. This is an example of proving how protected areas, indigenous reserve, something that is called integrated district management, and outside Colombia, no category of special management, how much efficient were protected areas in stopping fires, again, because the fires do not occur in the middle, they come from the outside. Anyway, to add more complexity, and I'm not sure if my colleague Rafael from physics is here because he works in complexity, add the human dimension to all that. And that's some of what we do in landscapes, in landscape ecology. So we did a few years ago with a colleague from Stony Brook, Liliana Davalos, Stony Brook in New York, a Colombian that works in Stony Brook in New York. We did a study trying to understand whether we were blaming wrongly cattle grazers in Colombia. And perhaps we had to start looking at something else behind the cattle growing industry. So in the past, in some of our papers, you will find that we were talking about pastures and cattle growing, etc. But then we started looking at land grabbing and how complex it is. Some people that burn, and this has to do with fire all the time, burn because of they want to get more land tenure, properties, etc. So not because they're going to do a business of bringing cattle. So they cut, they put pasture, perhaps they put one cow, 2 cows, but it's nothing to do with the business. So the demand for beef and the price for beef was not related with what was going on in the conversion of this forest in this colonization front. So it's complex. So you start looking at things and it's difficult to stop. It's sort of like, it gets you more and more variables to understand what, especially in such dynamic landscapes as the ones we live. Also, we've been trying to do tools, another frontier of science, but tools for decision makers. That's why I call it a frontier of science, because seeing the situation, in this case, like I said at the beginning, I'm showing you the most worrying part of our work because there are other things more exciting and nice, but trying to predict, for instance, deforestation, trying to provide tools to forecast deforestation before it happens, so that the decision makers can do more things or be more prepared to do things. So we've done this. For instance, we developed this model for predicting deforestation in the Amazon, using fire information from satellite, near real-time satellite data. And it did really improve a lot some of the official forecasting, official data that some of the official institutions provide us with. But we've also contributed to Latin America. We're not only in our group from the National University, we also do things that contribute at the regional level and at the global level. And one of the examples I want to show you is not all forests are the same. Sometimes we get the figures of deforestation and forest, no forest, and it happens that not all forests are the same. So it's important to understand the different deforestation rates of different types of forests. This is an example of Atlantic forest, tropical dry forest, tropical forest, lowland forests, tropical mountain forest, seeing the difference that the forest deforests at different rates for different reasons in different countries. So we've contributed to this type of studies, and also getting back to our Amazon, because this is how I want to get to the end of the talk. I'm not finishing yet, but we're getting there. We've also looked at northwestern Amazon. Northwestern Amazon is, like I said before, is the wettest part of the Amazon basin, so it's really important to understand what's going on. We started looking at the role of roads, rivers, accessibility, fire, fragmentation in the northwestern part of the basin, and seeing that even sharing the same biome, the human influence is very strong and very different between neighbors. So it is clear that roads increase deforestation in mostly all countries, but in some countries, and rivers also, the accessibility through rivers is also a factor of deforestation and fires. But in Ecuador and Peru, it's more, or it was at the time of that research, it was more linked to oil infrastructure, whilst in Colombia, it was pasture development, conversion of forests to pastures, and in Venezuela, for instance, it was agriculture. So we started like, wow, so similar but so different at the same time, and this is important for any decisions at the regional level. We also start looking at, or publish in this case, the difference between the periods when the fire season happens in different countries. It's not the same. Now we are hearing about Brazil because it's the fire season in Brazil. But in the north of the Ecuador, or the northern part, the fire season begins or the peak of the fire season is December, January, February, whilst in Brazil is now in August, September. So that's why we're hearing, and hopefully we won't have news about fires this year in our Amazon. Anyway, trying to also forecast, provide tools, again, what I think is one of the frontiers of what we scientists should do for society is trying to construct scenarios, like, again, not predict it, because it's difficult to predict, but at least to make people think about what can happen in wherever we live. So this is an example of scenarios that we developed for northwestern Amazon, in this case only for Colombia. And we started looking at particularly fragmentation and institutional and political factors, because we thought it was, after all, the background of understanding how things work, happen, the differences, how fast they change. We also wanted to see what else can we sort of like put in the discussion for making decisions in the Amazon. So in any case, that's why I say that this is sometimes a bit depressing, because no matter what the scenarios, we develop 3 different scenarios. What is called business as usual, which is in the left, business as usual, same things go the same way. Well, why don't we stop and at least make a decision to stop half of the conversion of forests to pastures? The government makes some policies that do that. And the other is the more optimistic, which we call technical. Let's stop completely the conversion of forests to pastures, but use what is already there to do all these productive activities that might be related to economic human development. No matter which one you look, if you see this yellow is the conversion, well, mostly pastures, no matter which one you look, there's a division of the Amazon coming soon for us in Colombia. The northern part of our part of the Amazon, in the northern and the southern part of the Amazon, will be soon divided, and this has a lot of implications for biodiversity, connectivity, ecosystem services, and loss of species. And also the Andes. The Andes is going to be disconnected of the Amazon, particularly in this part of our country. And you see in slash lines the protected areas. They're also being threatened. Even though I showed you before that they were effective, they're not enough. The threat is coming. And some of these, no matter which scenario you look, some of the areas have a strong pressure and will be under serious problems soon. However, even if we try to be fast and be up to the changes, the fast-changing things that happen, reality sometimes overpasses us. And this is the reality of what happened. That's why I was asking you whether you heard about fires in Colombia last year. Because this is an example of 1 year after the peace agreement in Colombia, there was a peak, 8 times increase of fires inside protected areas, in the areas where the guerrilla was present before the peace agreement. So this is very complex, because and we predicted what was going to happen last year in deforestation in the protected areas in the Amazon. We did predict it before it was measured and officially on the news and all these photographs and flying over, etc. We predicted it. So this is something that is really sometimes frustrating, but I think this is the frontier of science. Just to show you the depression aspects, just 1 minute to talk about the Amazonia fires, because there's been a discussion about the Amazonia fires in Brazil. I just want to show you that this is the daily number of fires over Amazon, the Brazilian Amazon, and 2019 is on the path to surpass the worst year ever since we monitor fires in the Amazon. This was Brazil, and this was produced in my lab by one of my master's students yesterday. So apologies for the quality of the graph, but this is showing, Colombia is not this year following that, but we haven't started the fire season yet. However, if you see, 2018 was bad. 2007 and 2004, related with climatic region, was bad decrease. So we don't know what's going to happen. Perhaps it's not this year going to be bad, but we don't know. But in any case, it's good to compare. Finally, just to show you some illustration of some of the ground sites we are working on, some pictures of fires being affected by fire, a forest affected by fire. This is some drone images. This is in the Orinoco Basin. This is in the oak forest. This is unburnt, non-affected oak forest in the Andean Mountains in Iguaque, those that know. This is the conditions that we get after one fire affects that. No, it has, again, not only to do with carbon, but it has a strong implication of what happens. And also, I have students doing this kind of work. They're looking at what a fire does on fauna, for instance, in different groups. This is an example of some preliminary studies of one of the PhD students showing that even if it's very close, a forest that is affected by fire, it changes the composition of small non-flying mammals. Another frontier, and I'm going to finish. This is the frontier also, trying to communicate science, trying to communicate. Sometimes it's harder for scientists to do that. And this is my final frontier, action on policy and decision-making. Last week, we started as a research group with my students. We went a year ago to the House of Representatives, to the politicians in Colombia. We started discussing a bill on forest fires, and last week it was, I don't know if the word is filed, but it was stamped and initiated the process as a future law of forest fires, about forest fires in Colombia, which I think it's another of the frontiers we should be discussing, how to bring our research to the real decision-making. And this is an effort, voluntary, nobody paid us, all the students. You see many of my students, I was teaching, so they went to the House of Representatives with a bill that was passed, and you can see it there. These are a group of people, of students that have been around, and this is the list of the current students, because without them, I can tell you that we wouldn't be doing all these important or interesting or depressing sometimes work. So partners and funding, a lot of people, I'm probably forgetting many, and I'm hoping to build really strong relations with Germany after this session. So sorry about if I passed my time. Thank you.
Thank you, wonderful session. As a chair of this session, I'm supposed not to give my opinion, but this is very important because it's the first time that we have touched upon the issue of the linkages between human systems and ecosystems. So from now on, we can see that in this science, social sciences, we're going to play a big role in understanding and solving this problem. So I invite the speakers to the stage for your questions. Are there questions from the audience, please?
But I would like to ask to Dr. Sierra, you were showing us like the contribution of the different, for example, the parts of the forest for the carbon flow. I don't know if you are being able to model the contribution of the microbial community in that, the carbon flow in the Amazon, for example.
Yeah, so what I showed was a little bit more like the conceptual framework to be able to do that based on any model that includes processes of the microbial community decomposing carbon. We have worked a little bit with soils. We actually have used other models that includes the effect of microbes, not necessarily of the community, but microbes in general, eating some substrates and producing microbes producing exoenzymes and be able to decompose the substrate. But actually, what we're focusing on doing is to develop the mathematical framework to be able to do this for any model, independent on the process that is implemented in the model. So if you have a model that has the effects of microbial community dynamics on the fate of carbon, then we can do these computations.
There?
So thank you very much for the very nice talks for this session and also for the previous session. I had a question for Carlos concerning the reduction in the oxygen and the implication on the increase in the temperature on the surface of the Earth and also the increase of the level of the height of the ocean. Whether these two observables also are taken into account, how they influence the reduction of CO2. So if it's like a self-consistent model or it is not, or maybe it is not so relevant how these quantities are affecting the CO2 reduction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so first a clarification that the oxygen part is not included here. And
sorry, the CO2.
Okay, yeah. These models are what is called coupled Earth system models that couple the dynamics of the atmosphere and the climate with the dynamics of the oceans and the land. So you get all those feedbacks within these models. However, the experiments that I show, there are really simple experiments in which you just push 1 petagram of carbon or 100 petagrams of carbon to the atmosphere and see what is the effect of that emission. But there are also many other simulations in which you have a little bit more complexity of the emissions of carbon and different ways in which the land and the oceans will react. So this is just one single type of simulations that are done.
Actually, I had a question for Susan and Dolores. I was thinking again on the aerosols and like the cloud formation. How is the relationship between the fires and all this material that's producing with the fires and the cloud formation? Is there any like study linking both processes? Would you expect like more cloud formation via more fires?
So there is some research on that in very polluted regions, you can actually reduce the size of the aerosols, so you get actually less precipitation. But yeah, I mean, it's not a well-known thing. I think actually for the fires, I think the more important, well, that's an important issue, but I think the effects on human health are actually, a huge concern for the fires that are happening now, even more than the CO2 or anything else. And I don't know if Dolores, you want to...
No, I must admit that I'm a really ecologist. So I work on, but there's a group at the National University at the engineer. I've forgotten the department, which one, but it's at the Faculty of Engineers. Rodrigo Jimenez, who works on aerosols and emissions and the affectations of health because of all the transportation. And there's been a couple of papers also on even fires and burning of savannas and pastures in the Orinoco is affecting us in Bogota. So there's some, but I'm not, I mean, I wouldn't be able to expand on this because of all these expertise on biogeochemical cycling that we are not. Thank you.
So I have a question for Dolores, and you mentioned that you are tracking the change in the fauna of caused by the fire. I was wondering if you can use satellite images to also track changes in the composition of the forests in terms of tree species, or.
We wish. We wish. I mean, it's a matter of funding and investment, and you've seen that Colombia has attracted a lot of people interested in funding and research in the recent years. So we're starting, but we're doing measurements on the field, not so much on satellites and processing, because of the high diversity that you have in this forest is really difficult. But we have these drone images. We haven't processed them yet, and we're also doing other quantification of NDVI indices and all. I mean, I've only shown you a little bit of what we do in our research group, because there's a group more on the remote sensing side, not very big right now. We're also a very nice kind of line of research that I really enjoy, and perhaps we should dedicate to that, which is tracking the animal movement in primary forests, but also in transformed landscape, which is really important because you see whether you're going to be affecting populations because of that. So we've got a few students on that. And fire is so important, but yet we don't know anything about in the tropics, and I'm not saying only in Colombia, about what and how affect fauna, and yet fauna is so important, because without fauna in the forest, you don't have all the processes, the dispersal, and all the succession that you get there. So we have students working on small mammals. We have a student now starting with soil fauna, bats, birds, starting with frogs, and even starting to think about the role that they might have in post-fire recovery, which is also important and we need to understand. So not only on the impact, changes in composition, adaptation, but also positive role in recovery. So, but we're welcome to discuss about future things that we can do, because there's a lot to be done, for sure. Thanks.
Okay, I think we ran out of time, so I want to invite you to give a round of applause to our speakers. So with this we finish the second session of the morning, and now we have a coffee break for you. Thank you.
A little bit of change of topic. It's my pleasure to introduce to you to Dr. Oliver Wienerman from the Department of Dynamics and Surfaces at Max Planck Institute for Biophysical Chemistry. Dr. Wienerman will be talking about dynamics and surfaces, specifically hydrogen atom absorption on surfaces. So, Doctor, the audience is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. And I want to start by also thanking the organizers to give me the opportunity to be here. So I think it's a really nice and interesting symposium. And was very inspiring for me to talk to so many different scientists from very different fields about their topics and also about my work and to get new ideas based on this. Because in a sense, I think that we somehow share on a very basic level a similar motivation, because we all want to understand a very complex system, which includes many steps and many also unknown processes. We want to understand, we want to model it with the hope maybe to predict, maybe get predictive power, and maybe in the end develop new technologies and basically make progress for humanity. So I'm from the Department of Dynamics at Surfaces, which is located at the Max Planck Institute for Biophysical Chemistry in Göttingen. And actually also, so it's a department which is shared. So half of the department, you could say, is located at the Max Planck Institute, and the other half, it's a faculty for chemistry at the Institute for Physical Chemistry at the Georg-August-Universität Göttingen. So our director is Alek Wodki, so he is a director at the Max Planck Institute and full professor at the university. And here you see basically our group with all our group leaders and members, and also we also have a lot of technicians which help us to build our experiments. So as I said, we somehow work on complex systems. We heard very large systems like the solar systems, climate change, a little bit smaller. We heard about biological systems. We will hear about development of languages. And here we are interested in the interaction of atoms and molecules with surfaces. So it's a much, much smaller system, you could say. So how do atoms and molecules interact with surfaces? How do they exchange energy? And how can you use basically the surface to improve reactivity and maybe get a more efficient catalyst, for example, to produce certain chemicals which we need every day? So you could say one of our motivations is to improve heterogeneous catalysis. So what is catalysis? Catalysis is a process where you want to increase the rate of a chemical reaction by adding an additional substance. And in heterogeneous catalysis, that means basically you have both, so the components you add are in another phase than the components that react. And normally that involves, in this case, a solid catalysis, so a metal surface, for example, or an oxide surface, and gas phase reactants, so gas molecules which then adsorb on the surface, react on the surface, and the educt desorbs then again. So it enables a faster and also a large-scale production of chemicals, and also sometimes it's important that we can have product selectivity. So when we want to aim for a certain chemical, we can then try to design a catalyst that we only get this one product we are interested in. So the production of nearly 90% of all the chemicals we use or we require for our everyday life involve solid catalysis. So it's a big motivation to improve this catalysis. So it would improve. So it would make it more efficient, so you would need less energy to produce these chemicals, and would of course then improve the efficiency. So one example, basically the biggest process or the most important process is the so-called Haber-Bosch process. So that's about the production of ammonia using an iron-based catalyst. So you basically want to form out of a nitrogen molecule and a hydrogen molecule ammonia, so NH3. So ammonia is mainly used to produce fertilizer, so it's very important to maintain, basically produce enough food to maintain all the population of the Earth so that everybody has enough food to eat. And you see that the production of ammonia increased enormously over the last 10 years. So now we are here at something like 180 million tons per year. And it actually, so this process on the industrial scale is so big that it actually consumes 1 to 2% of all the world's energy. So all the energy produced on Earth, 1 and 2% just goes in this one process. So if you would be able to just improve this efficiency a little bit, you could have a large impact already on humanity. But we are actually not, so what we do, we're doing basic research, fundamental research, so we do not directly try to improve, for example, the Haber-Bosch process. We don't want to search for a better catalyst, but we want to actually understand the Haber-Bosch process, for example, on a detailed level. So exactly what happens at the surface, what determines the rate, and how we can then, from this understanding, we hope that we in the future we can maybe then improve or develop better catalysts for heterogeneous catalysis. So what is our aim in our department? So we want to understand and model surface reactions. So here's one example, so where methane and oxygen react to CO2 and water. So in the first step, the molecules first have to absorb on the surface, then the bonds are dissociated, so then you basically have only the atoms which diffuse around on the surface. Then they basically meet new partners, form new bonds, and in the end, the products desorb, here's CO2 and water. So it means the surface reaction involves many, many steps, so which makes it very complex. You have many degrees of freedom are involved, so you have energy stored here in the molecule, in the vibration and rotation, in the movement, of course, in the translations, in the temperature. Then you have also the surface, so atoms on the surface are moving, depending also on temperature and composition of the surface, and all this basically affects the outcome. And the question is, how can we model that? And another complication when it comes to catalysis is that you actually often don't know how the catalyst you use actually looks during when it's actually working. So the active sites are often unknown. So you maybe put in a certain structure, but under reaction conditions it changes, the atoms move, maybe the surface changes, and this is then actually the active state of the catalysis, and that's it's often not really known. So that's another complication which makes it hard to actually understand or model such a surface reaction. So due to this complexity, we cannot model it directly, so there's a famous quote from Dirac, who already said in 1920 that in principle we have all the mathematical methods to understand all of chemistry, but we are just not able to solve the equations. That's the problem, because we have so many degrees of freedom involved, we cannot no longer analytically solve them, so we need computers, numerical models, but we actually have to scale down the system so that in a reasonable amount of time we actually get results, and we don't have to wait 100 years for the computer to finish the calculations. So it means due to this complexity we need approximations. So here 3 approximations which we normally, you could say, test in our experiments. So the Born-Oppenheimer approximation tells you basically that the movement of nuclei and electrons can be decoupled. So that makes basically there you can separate the equation in an electronic and the nuclear part. That's basically done in all chemistry normally. Then you can normally have the classical approximation, so you actually let the nuclei move classically, not quantum mechanically, so you don't consider stuff like tunneling, resonances. And then most of the time you also have to reduce the dimension. So you cannot let all the atoms move, so for example you have to fix the surface, so you have no movement of the surface atoms, or you freeze one of the degrees of freedom of the molecule to make it simpler and possible for you to model this reaction. And now we basically come into play, so I'm not a theoretician, so I'm an experimentalist, and what we do is we basically look at the surface reaction, then look at one step in detail and make a very well-defined model system, try to make a very good experiment, and these are then tested against theoretical models which uses approximations, and there we can basically test if this model stand this test and if they're really good models to describe these reactions. So our model, our department includes in principle eight group leaders. So we have Professor Kytsopoulos, who is a guest professor from Greece. He developed a new method where he uses imaging detection in surface reactions. So the great benefit of that is that he can actually measure not only the rate or the flux of the products in a reaction, but he can also measure their speed and their internal state distribution. And with that, he can basically distinguish different reaction pathways on the surface which take place, which was not possible before. Then we have Sasha Kondratsenko, so he's basically our theoretical subgroup, so he's basically doing simulations for all our experiments. also in collaboration with many other theoreticians around the world. Then we have Kai, who now develops a new machine where the idea is to produce an H-atom pulse, which is very short, like a femtosecond laser pulse, and then to initiate a reaction with an atomic pulse and then to probe it with a femtosecond pulse. So a pump-probe experiment using atom pulses and not light pulses. Then Dirk Schwarzer is working of dynamic of adsorbates, so he actually puts molecules on the surface and then, for example, looks at vibrational lifetimes. So he excites the molecules on the surface and just looks what happens with this excitation. Does it couple to the other adsorbate? Does it couple to the surface? How long is the lifetime? Tim Schäfer is doing molecular scattering. So what he is doing, he prepares molecules in a specific quantum state. So he uses lasers to, for example, put an NO molecule in a certain vibration and rotational state with a defined velocity, then lets this molecule collide with the surface and then looks what is the quantum state after the collision. And with that, you can basically then find out if vibration energy was transferred, rotation energy, or translation energy. Barrett Park is now setting up a new machine, which is a mobile machine, so which should go to big facilities like free electron lasers and synchrotrons. And there we have a collaboration with the Dalian Institute of Chemistry in China. And there's also an international research group in collaboration of the Max Planck Institute and the Chinese Academy of Science to actually build this machine and then put it to the free electron laser, which was just recently installed in Dalian. Then we have basically, you could say, associated Samuel Meek, who's leader of the Otto Hahn group. So his research is it's not related to surface. So he's doing precision IR spectroscopy. So we are related to spectroscopy because that's our tool. But he doesn't use surfaces. So he wants to measure with very high precision vibrational constants of molecules. And then it's my group, which is an atom surface scattering group. Okay, so basically, what we all do is basically we think about a scientific question, so we try to focus on, for example, one step. So in my case, it was to focus on the absorption of on the surface, so focusing on the first step in a surface reaction, and then thinking about the model system to study this in great detail. So absorption basically is the first step, as I said, in many surface reactions. Here's a typical line which shows you basically the energy of the system when a molecule approaches the surface. You see here is a well. So basically here the molecule can be trapped on the surface or it can bind. And you can, for example, have here different ways. So how deep is this well? You can have here on the way barriers where the molecule has to go over. But in all cases it's the same. So you have an incidence energy. So this molecule moves, approaches the surface, then it collides with the surface. Then it has to lose sufficient energy to actually get trapped. Otherwise, if it maintains its energy, it will just go back and will never be trapped. So that's basically what we want to look at. And the question is, how is this energy here, which is stored in the molecule, and the binding energy? So basically, when the molecule approaches the surface, it's speed up because we have this binding well. So it's like rolling down a hill. The molecule gets faster. How is this dissipated in this collision? And how can the molecule be trapped? So the model system we're looking at, so we basically don't want to use molecules because we have the complications. They have internal degrees of freedom, vibration, rotation. They also can affect absorption, and it's very hard to basically disentangle all these things. So we like to go to a very simple system, get rid of the internal degrees of freedom. So we use an H atom. So you could call it the simplest atom which can form a chemical bond. And the basic question is, how can this H atom stick? So in a very simple model, which is called the binary collision model, we can describe how much energy can be transferred between an H atom and a surface atom. Here, for example, metal, a gold atom, or a carbon atom for another system. So you can just write down the equations for momentum and energy conversion, then just calculate how much energy can I transfer in such a collision. You will see for the very heavy metal particle, it's only 2%, so nearly nothing. And even for the relatively light carbon, the H atom still maintains 70% of its energy. So in this simple model, an H atom could never stick to any surface. So if you think about this so basically on a larger scale, you could think about this one as a billiard ball on a table, and you want to use a tisch tennis ball to move it. And that's exactly what this formula is saying, so it will not work. You cannot transfer the energy from the Tischtennis ball to the billiard ball because the mass is so different. The billiard ball will not move. The table tennis ball will just go back. So that's exactly basically what these formulas show. But we of course know that H has a high sticking probability, so it has high sticking probabilities at least on metal surfaces, and we will later see also on carbon surfaces or graphene surfaces. So the question is, what are we missing here? Of course, the model is way too simple. So we have a surface with much more atoms that can move. So we can have much more complex scattering scenarios. So the H atom will not directly hit maybe here, but maybe on the side. It could go past and go into the crystal. So there are many different processes that can happen. Another thing is that so now we only consider nuclear motion, so transfer of energy to nuclear motion, but it could also be that we have transfer to electronic excitation, so the electronic motion. Okay, so what we do inelastic scattering, so we don't study absorption directly. It means we look at the energy loss of scattered particles, and based on this data, we can then develop a theory, and we make a clean as possible experiment, and to make the comparison to theory straightforward, and then this experimentally validated theory can in the end be used to get an atomic scale understanding of the absorption process. So the principle of the experiment is easy. We produce a very defined H atom beam with defined energy and direction, shoot at a well-defined surface with a known surface structure, known orientation, known temperature, and then we just look at the recoiling H atoms, which direction they go and which energy they have. From that we can derive how much energy was transferred. So this is just a scheme of the experiment. So I don't want to go into details here, but just maybe want to show you a picture of the real instrument here. So one big thing, what we do is actually we are building these machines by ourselves. So basically when we have an idea, an experiment we want to do, and we have an idea how we can maybe tackle one question, then we start designing these machines and building them and then doing the experiment. So we basically produce the H atoms by dissociating HI molecules, and these H atoms collide here with the surface which is mounted on a manipulator, so we can change angle, temperature, and things like that. Then the recoiling atoms are then tagged by a laser, so they're basically marked, and then we measure the time they need to fly from here to the detector, and the time gives us then the velocity or energy, and we can move the detector to get the angular distributions. So I just want to quickly show you one example, which is H atom scattering from graphene. This is a nice model system for covalent bond formation. So basically what happens is normally the graphene sheet is flat, but when an H atom binds to the surface, then you have basically the electronic structure here changes, and that means that this bonds here to the next nearest neighbors of the carbon atom which binds elongate, but they can actually not elongate because the graphene sheet is in the way, so the C atom moves out of the surface. So we basically when the H atom is bound, you have a different structure of the graphene surrounding than before. It's no longer flat but rippled, and this gives rise to a barrier to the CH bond formation. And when you look here at this plot, this shows you basically the energy when the H atom approaches the surface. So this is basically the distance of the H atom to the graphene surface, and this is the distance from the carbon atom the H atom binds to from the graphene surface. And you directly see when it doesn't move, you don't have a potential well, so you can actually not form a chemical bond, but the C atom has to move out of the plane so that this chemical bond can be formed. In our experiment, we now can see two results. So we can either see the scattering from the barrier in blue, or we can see the so-called transient chemical bond formation, so that the H atom passes the barrier, scatters, and repasses the barrier and comes back. And then there's a third channel where the H atom is actually trapped, which is not visible for us. So this is then basically the results we get. So in this here 2D plots, you see on this axis here, so on the radius, you could say the energy loss scaled to the incidence energy. So that means here on 1, that means the H atoms didn't lose any energy to the surface. And here you see the scattering angle. So from normal, that would be normal to the surface, to 75 degrees to normal. And then basically you have here this red small tick that shows you the so-called specular angle. That means that this basically the incidence angle of the H atom mirrored at the surface normal. Then you see when we change this angle here from 60 degree to 30 degree, then you see basically that this distribution is changing. In the beginning, the H atom basically doesn't lose any energy. It's like specular scattering, so it's really like you would imagine a light reflection from a mirror. And when you lower the angle, or when you go, the incidence angle goes closer to normal, you increase the so-called normal energy, and you can then pass the barrier, and this chemical bond can form. And then you get this second channel. So this is basically the scattering channel, the transient bond formation channel. And here you basically see then the comparison to theory, which is very nice. So here are just details about the theory. But it means we have a theory which can basically reproduce the data reasonably well. And with that, we can then basically look in detail what happens. So what you see here is an exemplary trajectory. So you see here the H atom approaching the surface and coming back. So here's the distance of the H atom to the surface. Here's the time in femtoseconds. Here you see the movement of the carbon atoms. So basically the zeroth shell here is the movement of the central carbon atom which is hit by the H atom. Then you basically have the first nearest neighbors and the second nearest neighbors. And what you see here, so when the H atom triggers the reapetization, the carbon atoms move. So basically the first shell starts to move here in plane, so the carbon bonds extend to adapt. Then the second shell follows more or less. And what is interesting is that the actual carbon atom puckers out much later, on a much later time scale. So actually the central carbon atom to form the bond is not moving in the time scale the H atom is actually interacting. So the interaction time is very short, only 10 femtoseconds, but you can transfer in this short time an enormous amount of energy, which is around 1.5 eV, and then the energy is quickly dissipated into the graphene, which you see here. So here basically the carbon already went to rest. So what you see here is basically the way how the H atom can absorb to the surface even with very high energies. Okay, and with this, I want to thank all the people involved, and because of time, I thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you to Dr. Junior for this lovely talk. I have the pleasure to introduce you to our second speaker this morning. Is Dr. Jenny Hernandez. She comes from the physics department of Universidad de los Andes. She's well known for her work in graphene, and today she will talk about energy application of graphene. So,
thank you, Doris. Hello. Well, thank you to the organizers of this wonderful symposium. I also really enjoy being in interdisciplinary workshops because I learn a lot. As Doris said, I've been working in graphene for a long time. I arrived to graphene very early on graphene, before graphene was cool. I started working on graphene, and just starting from graphite, I didn't want to use sticky tape, so I developed a method to produce graphene in organic solvents. This method is now called liquid phase exfoliation. Just put pieces of graphite in organic solvents and then sonicate it for a while, and then you get graphene dispersions. And these graphene dispersions were the first time. It was the first time you could quantify a yield. Before, it varied between student to student who will be better with the sticky tape. But with the liquid phase exfoliation, you could actually quantify a yield of graphene production. The solvents we were using initially are not very nice, are hard to evaporate, are hard to work with. So we extended the process to water dispersion, so to aqueous dispersion, just using surfactant molecules. Graphene is hydrophobic, so we could just use surfactants to disperse graphene in water, and then this actually allowed many scientists around the world to develop applications with graphene. And I really like the quantum properties of graphene, and unfortunately the applications that you can find these days do not actually use the quantum properties of graphene. So I kept working to see if I can show the quantum properties of graphene, how they can be used in applications. So when I arrived to Universidad de los Andes 7 years ago, first, we needed to produce our own graphene, so we set up the process that we developed at the Max Planck for Polymer Science in Mainz. It's an electrochemical process. It's very easy, it's very cheap, and the graphene that you get is very nice. So it's just the process, the electrochemical process, just creates spaces between the graphite layers, and then you can exfoliate the remaining, the expanded graphite to produce graphene, and then, so this is the graphene that you can produce, and it is like this. So this is a TM image of graphene. So this here is amorphous carbon, but this is the graphene layer, and from the electron diffraction pattern, you can see that this graphene is very crystalline, it's very nice, it's not graphene oxide, and so this is the graphene that we physicists like, because it keeps the conduction properties electrically and thermal conduction. So you can produce this graphene in aqueous dispersions. Those dispersions you can deposit on any substrate, so the substrate that you like, just by spray coating. You just paint the graphene with an air gun, and like this, and you can produce, transparent coatings that are conducting. And recently, one of my students, I avoided graphene oxide for a long time because basically mainly because I didn't understand the chemistry, and also because the chemistry that was used was very strong. You had to leave it for 3 days in strong acid conditions, and I just didn't want to go there. But one of my students said, well, we can just do it using stronger acids in our electrochemical system. So he did, and then expanded the graphite. This is expanded graphite, and then he dipped that expanded graphite in a solution that was less acidic than the initial one, and then at the end, he had some problems here separating this, and at the end, what solved his day was a coffee filter. So he used a coffee filter, and he produced graphene oxide in a process that takes about 3 hours. Normally preparing graphene oxide takes 3 days, 3 to 4 days. So you can produce graphene oxide just by using a stronger acid and in a faster manner. So this is the AFM image of our graphene oxide, and this is the FTIR spectra that shows us that we actually do have graphene oxide. So this graphene oxide, our initial experiments showed that it's very good when you mix it with a whole transporting material, for example, in a solar cell or an organic LED, because it actually improves the whole transporting layer. So when graphene was cool, I don't know, back in, 2008, 2009, when graphene started to be cool, then people said, oh, it's going to solve, all the problems in the world. And we have learned in the past 10 years that it's not that easy. But we have been working in developing applications for graphene. So transparent coatings, energy, other 2D materials, reinforcing aerogels you can produce with graphene. But as I said before, we wanted to explore the quantum properties of graphene. So one of the first quantum properties of graphene, it doesn't look very quantum here, but graphene is a material that has a negative expansion coefficient. So what it means is that when it heats up, it doesn't expand, it contracts. So you can produce actuator materials that when they hit, they contract, and then when they cool down, they expand again. So we have a master's student finishing, Julian Rico is finishing his master thesis, studying actuators based on graphene and a polyurethane so in a mixture. So polyurethane is transparent to infrared radiation, and because it's transparent to infrared radiation, we just shine an infrared light, it's not a laser, just shoot infrared light to graphene, and it contracts, and then it relaxes again. And so by doing some Raman spectroscopy, we were able to extract the negative expansion coefficient for graphene. This had been done in a system where graphene was freestanding. The scientists that did that experiment took about 1.5 years to do this sample, to prepare this sample. And with this, we can just measure expansion coefficients just by putting the material in a polymer that is transparent to IR radiation. So this is something that is very exciting because it doesn't take too long to prepare the samples. Then we use graphene also in organic, in solar cells. So the lab at UNIANDES would like to develop things that will help to produce energy in a more efficient manner. So perovskite solar cells have been fashionable for the last 8 years because their efficiency has gone up from 6% to 23% very quickly. But perovskite solar cells have two problems. One of them is that the most efficient ones are lead-based, and lead is not a great material. Well, it is great material, but it's not great for humans. And also the efficiency or the stability of these solar cells is not great. So they last about 8 hours, so you could have 23% efficiency, but the solar cell is dead in 8 hours. So, so since we had a group at UNIANDES working on perovskite solar cells, we decided to put our graphene on the perovskite solar cells to see how it behaved. And so this is an inverted solar cell. This is the electron transporting layer. This is the hole transporting layer. This is the active layer based on lead and organic molecules. And the efficiency the highest efficiency we could measure was 14.1%. It's good for this type of configuration, but with a fill factor of 60%. But what was most interesting is that graphene made the stability of our solar cells better. So the stability of solar cells increased by a lot. So they were stable after 5 days. So this type of curves where we were able to measure after 5 days. So, so this is something that Liliana Ramos did, and she finished her master's last year, and she's currently writing the paper. And recently, we also did some work on preparing solar cells, but having an active layer based on biomolecules. So Marta, she just finished her master's as well. She just extracted this LHC4 protein from an antenna. This is something that she is a biologist, so this is something that she took a long time to do, and she prepared a photoelectrochemical cell, and she showed that when you attach a tag to the protein, then you can align align it on graphene, actually on graphene oxide. We activated this graphene with plasma, oxygen plasma, so she could align the molecule to, so she could have the active part pointing up and receiving the light rather than in the other direction. And she just submitted this paper, and hopefully the reviewers will be nice to us. So something that we had done a few years ago was just when we were starting to show that our graphene was nice, was using graphene for fluorescence quenching. So it's a bit like playing, like Oliver was telling us about playing billiard on graphene. So we attached gold nanoparticles on graphene, so we put them on graphene. So normally gold on graphene is a very inert surface. So you cannot attach things to it. You know, you have to actually put hydrogen atoms and create a CH bond. It is very hard to put things on graphene. So if you put things on graphene, they slide and then, you know, play billiard with graphene. But we used surfactant molecules to fix the time, to fix the molecules on graphene, and to study how good was our graphene for quenching fluorescence. So you can produce biosensors based on fluorescence, and for that you need a surface that is both a good thermal conductor and a good electrical conductor. And graphene is one of the best thermal conductors in the world. You can check Wikipedia. And we proved that our graphene produced via electrochemical exfoliation had a good quantum efficiency, a very good quantum efficiency. For liquid phase exfoliated graphene, the value for quantum efficiency that had been reported was 7%. We got 40%, very close to the value that had been reported for sticky tape graphene. But you know, if you're going to scale up things, you know, you won't be using sticky tape. So this is something that we did. And recently, we have been working with thermoelectrics, and thermoelectrics is a process that it harvests wasted heat and converts it back into electricity. And we have all suffered with our laptops or our mobile phones that heat up, and then when they heat up, then the usage of battery is not as efficient. So we can harvest some of that heat and convert it back to electricity, and then for that, for example, we could be charging our watch, with, well, our own body heat. You know, the body is normally 10 degrees higher temperature than ambient heat, ambient temperature, so you could use that. And so you measure the efficiency with this figure of merit. This is the Seebeck coefficient, the electrical conductivity and the thermal conductivity. But the thermal conductivity has an electronic part and a vibrational part of the lattice. So when you have nanomaterials, the nanomaterials increase the Seebeck coefficient when compared to the bulk materials. But also, the nanomaterials decouple the thermal and the electrical conductivity from each other, and then you can produce thermoelectrics that are that have good efficiency in one direction rather than in the other. So we wanted to study that, because in this area of, you know, this is where our laptops or our mobile phones work. The efficiency there was not very high, so only a few materials were there, bismuth, telluride. But for high temperatures, this is temperature here, so it's full of lead-based material. So we wanted to see if we could improve things here, and using graphene. Graphene was first a material that was thought not possible to exist, and because it was thermally unstable, but also was a material thought to be a really bad thermoelectric. So, but is it really bad thermoelectric in this direction? But because it's good electrical conductor, good thermal conductor. But if you build devices in this direction, the thermal conductivity is not as good, and then you can start talking. Yeah. So we build devices with graphene, and we put polymers or gold nanoparticles in between to induce some phononic blocking, and we measure the figure of merit through a process called the transient Harman method. And the transient Harman method just applies a current and then turns it off and see how the current drops. And then we measure really high figures of merit. And if you remember, for bismuth telluride, the highest value reported was 1.4, 1.5, and we measure values of 2.4 for our devices. This is with polymers, and this is something that we reported last year. It's something that, we reported, it's there, this value, but we're still working on it because we want to make sure that it was reproducible. No, so in case reviewer number 2 is here, it was reproducible, but we wanted to take out the contribution from the substrate, and this is something that we are doing at the moment. So the polymers were not the ones contributing to the high figure of merit. It was graphene. Graphene was actually what was contributing for us to have a high figure of merit. This is the figure of merit of graphene only. And so we wanted to see more in detail why was this figure of merit so high. So we went to see the Seebeck coefficient. The Seebeck coefficient was really high, actually. Millivolts per Kelvin is a high Seebeck coefficient, and graphene only has a Seebeck coefficient of around 60 millivolts per Kelvin. And if you see here with the polymers and the nanoparticles, the polymers and the nanoparticles contributed very little to the high Seebeck. So it was graphene that was contributed to the high Seebeck, and this is really interesting, and this is something that will be studying more in detail in the near future. And so the Seebeck coefficient was good because our graphene is not perfect. Our graphene is wrinkled, and wrinkles actually induce peaks in the electronic density of states, and the peaks in the electronic density of states contribute to a high Seebeck, and this is one of the reasons that we believe we have high Seebeck, but also because when the layers land, they land rotated at random angles. They land turbostratic, and this turbostratic generates these Moiré patterns, and those Moiré patterns generate also peaks in the electronic density of states called the Van Hoff singularities, and we believe wrinkles and turbostratic orientation is what is giving us a good Seebeck coefficient. And we went then to try 2D materials. There are thousands of materials that are also layered that you can exfoliate with sticky tape, but you can also exfoliate with liquid phase exfoliation. And a theory says that actually these materials are good for thermoelectrics, so we went to try it, liquid phase exfoliation. So these are the solvents that work the best for graphene. So NMP, N-methylpyrrolidone, dimethylformamide, and water does not work. And so you can produce 2D materials. We tried it, it's not as great. Even though it looks great, the power factor for this device is very low, so it's not as great, so this is something that we'll be improving soon. And lastly, sorry, 2 minutes, we decided to try those 2D materials, in particular molybdenum disulfide for piezoelectrics. Piezoelectrics, you can harvest potential through a mechanical force, and then you can do this with MOS2, because when you exfoliate it in odd number layers, and it's piezoelectric. And this is something that we inferred that we're having because odd layer number materials are not centrosymmetric and induce second harmonics on the surface and then produce graphene. But MOS2, this is MOS2, yeah? Okay, so this is our conclusion. So graphene, nice, you can use it for thermoelectrics, but you can use it for many other things. Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank to our speakers for this nice talks. Well, now we open the session for the questions. So if someone in the audience have some questions. There.
Regarding the surface absorption of hydrogen, have you tried something like the Mössbauer effect in the sense of exciting the surface with infrared in the order of a few fractions of an electron volt and see if you can get harmonic absorption?
So we never tried that, but it's on our list, you could say. So we never made an experiment with pre-excited surfaces. I mean, one problem is the lifetime of the excitation and the pulse length of the atom pulse, which have to match.
Yeah, you need perfect timing, but you can do it with lasers,
timing,
right?
so
Yeah.
it's basically this one new project, this short atom pulse that basically has the potential to probe something like that. But our current experiment, I don't think it will be possible.
There in the middle, online.
Wasn't there somebody else? No. So I had a question to Jenny for the when you tag the light harvesting protein to the sorry,
Yeah. When you put the tag on it. Yeah.
On it, yeah. So you say that so how was the efficiency and the stability now that did it improve compared to other cases, and also because now it's an organic thing that you are placing there, degradation might interfere with stability?
Yeah, well, since our devices are all based in water, we did not see problems with stability, so they were actually very stable. But we were not able to quantify an efficiency, conversion efficiency, because for that you need to first do measurements in dark conditions, and we were not able to, identify an open circuit voltage. So for that reason, we studied the photoconductivity, but we were not able to quantify an efficiency, a conversion efficiency.
There are any other questions from the audience? Well, in fact, I have one related to the Camilo. That you mentioned that you just kind of make the mixing of your graphene with the perovskite. But the perovskites, as you said, the halide, they are super unstable, no? Because especially because the oxygen, because the OH. And your graphene is based it's solution, but in water. Mm-hmm. So how was this mixing? I mean, I don't know, the common sense said me that maybe will be worse because you have water in the mixing. I don't know how you manage that.
Well, actually, for perovskite solar cells, what people have reported is that the iodine ions migrate to the electrical contact. So what we didn't mix our graphene with the perovskite. We mixed our graphene with the P.PSH, which is the whole transporting layer, and then we deposited through a spin coating. So So maybe graphene, what it's doing is blocking the iodine ions migrating to the contact. So maybe it's, but water did not affect us that much.
And I have another question for Dr. Björner. Well, according what you, about your studies and your modeling of the atoms on the top of the graphene, I don't know if it could be that extent or some, some extension, for example, to, I don't know, quantum dots, no, that are just a little bit more atoms, because this, I think that this quite interesting, or will be quite interesting to see how will be the interaction between this bunch of atoms with the surface of the graphene. I don't know, could be easy, for example, do this kind of extension, even, I don't know, or modeling, or in your experiments?
So when I understood you correct, you mean to add quantum dots on the graphene?
Yeah, because quantum dot maybe, I don't know, 10,000, 100,000 of atoms instead of one atom.
I'm not sure if our method is the right tool for something like that. So it could be an interesting idea, and I would have to think about it. But so what we really need, so we need this well-defined system so that we can really model and understand the results. And if we add something to the graphene layer, so we already did some adsorbate, then normally our data becomes not reproducible anymore. So we have to find a very good way to get a very nicely large, well-reproducible structure then basically. I guess that will be the main problem for us.
Okay. Well, if there is no other question from the audience, so I would like to you join me to thank our speakers again. Thank you for this lovely event. And I let you with the next section.
Hello, good afternoon. So I'm Miguel Rabagudor-Becker. I'm the tandem team leader for the tandem group at the Universidad de los Andes for transformations in public law in Latin America. And I work with the Max Planck Institute in Heidelberg, an institute for comparative public law and international law. So this is kind of the exotic part of the program because we're the only ones in social sciences. So it feels very nice to be the exotic part of the program. First of all, we have Dr. Agustín Casagrande, who comes from the Max Planck Institute for European and Legal History in Frankfurt. and he's going to talk about the rule of law in Argentina. So the floor is yours, Agustin.
Well, thank you very much. This is Exotic Part, and I'm going to introduce the Institute. Well, and that's one of the problems because it's an Argentinian talking about rule of law in Argentina, and this is the Max Planck Institute for European Legal History. So where is Argentina? The thing was that when the Max Planck Institute was founded in 1964, actually the name of the magazine was Ius Commune. The intention was to build the basics of the whole European community. So it was an attempt to show the roots of law that reunites the whole countries. After that, in 2001, we can see Rechtsgeschichte. This is the new Zeitschrift, and there you can find that it changed. It's not only European legal history, but contemporary legal history, police studies, and they opened and extended the frontiers of science towards Latin America. And in 2014, Global Perspectives in Legal History, this is a new series of books that is being published for the Max Planck Institute, which reunites the global perspective of law, because we understand right now that law is not only created in Europe and translated into Latin America or other places, but it's always an interaction between different legal spaces. So most of the topics that we are right now working is not only law in the state meaning of law, like what is provided, but multinormativity, which involves process of translation, that it's also Rechtsräume as legal spaces, how law also create different space. It's not only geographically, law is very important, and also conflict regulieren, which is like the regulation of conflicts, which is not only provided by the state law. What I'm going to try right now is to show how the concept of Rechtsstaat, this German word, came to Argentina, and mostly the different meaning that this concept has in Argentina. So I'm going to work with different Quellen, like these sources of law, and also is a part of the Rechtsgeschichte Iberoamerikas, and also it has to do with how jurists act in front of different concepts. So I'm going to, well, so this is the three things: concepts, process of reception, and the political and juridical uses of concepts, methods and juridical thinking, legal principles, which is one of the topics, and then the connection between Latin America and German conceptuality. Now, the thing is that I don't want to translate Estado de Derecho of rule of law, because as we are going to trying to show, it's quite different, the symbolic meaning of Estado de Derecho in Argentina in comparison with rule of law from the American or the German translation. Now, before, and that is one of the problems. Since the 18th century, the legal system has been inspired in providing stability, precision, security to society. From there, key concepts such as legal security, Rechtssicherheit, rule of law, Rechtsstaat, or constitutional guarantees, Grundrechte, exhibit the interest in modern law in providing a tool for a reasonable prognosis of social expectation. As an example, we can see law, the important role of law, because in a way it's in charge of protecting the research, development, and the creation that have been spoken here. For instance, intellectual property, copyright, and so on. So this is something that everyone is worried about. But in the last decades, there are some conceptual problems within the juridical field, because there is this double process of internationalization and transnationalization of law, which if in the national states the discussions were abundant, in this process of transnationalization, it's changed from state law to legal principles in order to transcend the frontiers between countries. What we are not now going to do is to make some example on the concept of rule of law, which implicates several translations: Rechtsstaat, Estado de Derecho, Estado de Direito, Estado de Direito, État de droit. Every country has the use, and the meaning is different because of the historical experiences. Well, some general remarks on rule of law, or whatever are your countries, what is translated by your jurists. Oh, sorry. Well, okay. At the present, the concept of rule of law is ubiquitous in political and legal discourses. In the political field, the positive emotional character of the word implies that its mere invocation blocks the possibility of criticism. No one would be against the rule of law, and everybody claims to be its defenders. This generates a regime of immunity of the concept that explains the inflationary use of it. However, very little is known about its content and meaning. It functions only as a rhetorical figure to provide substance to discourses. Everyone in every country are listening to, everyone is defending the rule of law, and everyone is defending by attacking the other one, but no one knows what the meaning is. So, but then we have the juridical use. From the legal point of view, the concept has a dual function. It is a guiding principle that organizes desired horizons of expectations. It is a concept for struggle for a better democracy, for defense of human rights, respect for the Constitution. But also, law always needs the stabilization of concepts. So, between the legal understanding, common law has been defined by 5 elements. Government of the law and not of men. In German is Herrschaft des Gesetzes. Separation of power, legality of the administration, judicial control of administration, and then the effective guarantee of fundamental rights and freedom. Now, if we cross the two, it's like the constitutional theory and rhetorics, we have some problems. And I'm going to show a case in Argentina. This case was about a crisis that happened in 2017 when the Supreme Court of Argentina decided an appeal filed by Luis Muña, who was accused of crimes against humanity committed during the last dictatorship. In this case, the Supreme Court said that because of the Estado de Derecho, the principle, it should be free, because they cannot separate between crimes committed against humanity and simple crimes. So the problem was that the very use of Estado de Derecho was a little bit suspicious in that case. This day after, the press, this is the most important Argentinian newspaper, wrote this article called El Estado de Derecho, the rule of law, by saying that if we want to respect rule of law, we should give equal treatment to repressors that participate in the last dictatorship. The problem was that all of a sudden, there was a huge manifestation in the Plaza de Mayo because everyone, or most of the people said, we cannot not punish this man. The very same day, the Senate approved a law that said crimes against humanity, we cannot apply the same rule as the same problem. But the thing is, what happened in Argentinian constitutional culture? Why is not the rule of law only the separation of power and the rule of law and the government of law? The problem is that we should go to history. In Argentina, the concept of rule of law was received in the 30s. It was a translation of the Rechtsstaat, which was discussed at that time by Carl Schmitt, Hermann Heller, and other authors. However, its use was rather secondary, mainly because it was not consistent with the traditional grammar of Argentinian constitutionalism, which was closer to Hispanic and North American concepts. Only around 1983, the term was widely used by jurists and politicians. The concept was used at that time of the democratic recovery with the aim of prosecuting the juntas militares and defending human rights. In Argentina, the concept of Estado de Derecho was forged as a tool of legal struggle through a counter-conceptual opposition to the figure of terrorismo de Estado, state terrorism. As we can see, as this picture shows, it can be observed how those who had the power of life and death over large parts of the population were subjected to a trial with legal guarantees and democratic judges. The intellectuals of that time and the jurists recursively unified the defense of Estado de Derecho with the idea of the need of stable democracy. As you can see, it works as a counter-concept. Terrorism, state terrorism was there. These were the juntas militares, and there the rule of law, or the Estado de Derecho, was there, were all these people that were the judges of the democracy. Now, the thing is that the change of emotional sense inscribed in the concept was built as an opposition to the image of the violation of human rights. Even the word desaparecidos, the verschwunden, was not translated in different languages. The dictatorship and state terrorism were in this traumatic event that justified the creation of Estado de Derecho. So, what defined Estado de Derecho in Argentina is not only the guarantee towards law, but also the defense of human rights. And the idea of human rights that we have in our mind is always connected to the last dictatorship. For example, during the rules of the judgments of the Supreme Court, during 1980s and 2010, the concept was only used when the cases were against people that committed crimes against humanity. There was not other use. Now, there is also another problem there. So the context of enunciation, or the context of reception, was in the tension between dictatorship and democracy. But then there was this counter-concept, state terrorism against Estado de Derecho. But then there is a temporalization and the imaginary of arbitrariness. And this last part is that in Argentina, the Estado de Derecho was linked to a book called Nunca Más, Nevermore. It means that the rule of law established that we never can go back to the military dictatorship. So there is a temporalization that is always looking for a better democracy, better quality of institution, and never have a dictatorship again. So as we can see, there is an emotional bound to this concept in Argentinian constitutionalism. Now, however, since 2015, the concept has started to be eroded. It has begun to indicate that it is necessary to defend the Estado de Derecho from a possible populist future state. So the regime of temporality is changing. It's not looking toward the past, towards the future, against the past, but right now it's defending from what could happen in the future. So it has lost this sense of ein Zielbegriff. And this character is taking more and more a conservative tone to the state action. Actually, Michael Stolais, who was one of the directors of the Max Planck, told me that right now in China, in order to justify several actions, they say we are doing that in order to protect the rule of law of China. So, in this field, the legal dogmatics require history, and history needs to think about law with greater conceptual precision. Now, this is what is going on right now. After this case, what we can see is that the denationalization, destatization, and the internationalization of law cannot build boundaries between cultural experiences. In fact, the question would be, what is the concept of rule of law that you use? Or what is the traumatic experience that justifies the motiveness of this concept? I don't know, in Germany, or in Colombia, or in Argentina, or in Uruguay, the concept could be the same, could be legally justified the same way, but at the same time, what it's opposed to as an arbitrariness is different. Now, that's why we need a cultural approach to the legal phenomena. Sociology, anthropology, history, cultural studies are right now taking a lot of impact on legal theory. Now, the last part is legal system as a world of normativities. This is multi-normativity. In fact, if the nunca más is not a norm, it should be considered as a justifier for using this principle in Argentina. And then the resolution of conflicts in a complex world lead us to law and diversity as a problem. We cannot use all the same concept, and sometimes we should agree on what is the meaning of the concept without annihilating the different social experiences that present some principles of law, such as the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think we can talk a lot about the genealogy of law and the genealogy of rule of law in Argentina and in Latin America. The next presenter is René Urueña, who's a colleague at the Faculty of Law at the Universidad de los Andes. He's also head of research in the Faculty of Law at the Universidad de los Andes. And he's going to speak about transformative constitutionalism in Latin America. So, René, it's all yours.
Wonderful. ¿Tienes un micrófono para poder hablar ahí para? Sí, sí, claro. Listo. Yeah. No funciona. Yeah. All right. So wonderful. Thank you very much. So I'm very happy to be here, and particularly, so I appreciate your endurance, particularly those who are not on the social sciences, to sit through this legal part. So what I'm going to do a bit is I'm going to introduce the projects that we're developing with the Max Planck Institute on Comparative Public Law and International Law at Heidelberg. And so the objective is, more than telling you about the specific results of the research, is rather to tell you some of the issues that we're trying to tackle and some of the overall projects that we're developing. So that's more or less the idea. And the overall label under which we have gathered all these different projects is the notion of transformative constitutionalism in Latin America. And I'll tell you a bit what it means to be transformative and constitutionalism, and, well, about Latin America overall. So that's more or less what I'm going to do. So what's the idea? What is it that I'm going to do? I'm going to tell you a bit about the context. So those of you who are Latin Americans here, of course, are going to know a bit what I'm going to be talking about, and you're going to see some familiar faces in my PowerPoint presentation. And then we're going to see a bit about the core issues on transformative constitutionalism in Latin America, and then some of the challenges. And basically, or obviously, our projects relate to the challenges, so to the stuff that we think is not working quite well. And so, basically, what is the angle and why Latin America? So the angle here is that the basic premise behind our projects is that there is something common going on about public law in Latin America as a whole. So in Argentina, as we just heard, but also in Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, so on and so forth, that something common is happening. And that something common can be understood in terms of public law. And that therefore, we can, by talking to our colleagues in Germany and in other places in Europe, learn about experiences, concepts, different ways of understanding public law in Germany and in Europe, and develop that conversation about the challenges that we have of public law, democracy, constitutionalism in Latin America, engage in a dialogue with our colleagues in Germany and in Europe, and then move forward not only the state of knowledge, but also how actual courts, actual lawyers, actual activists defend human rights and protect democracy in Latin America. So that's more or less the idea. So in that sense, our projects are a bit different from some of yours, because it's not only about developing new knowledge, but it's also about how that new knowledge is deployed in society in order to change lives. So that is more or less the idea. That is why we're talking on the one hand about scholarship, but also, on the other hand, about courts, about activists, about how academia interacts with civil society in order to protect human rights. So that's more or less the idea. And why is that angle so important for us? Well, because of the context. And what context we're talking about here? So the context in Latin America. The first point, as you all know, is inequality. So Latin America is the most unequal region in the world, which is amazing if you consider how unequal other regions in the world are. So this is, of course, the inequality index, and the darker the green, the more inequality we find. So, and just take a look at this. So take a look at Colombia or Brazil. So it's one of the most unequal places in the world. This is, for instance, income inequality in Brazil. So the top, as you can see, so this is the fiscal income of the top 1%. And below is the pre-tax national income of the top 1%. So take a look at this in Brazil, for instance, in certain points in 2014. The top 1% had more than 27.5% of the income. So what democracy is possible in a context of such inequality? That's one of the key questions. So, and it's not only a problem about redistribution of income, it's also about human rights and about democracy. So that is the first element of the context. The second is, of course, hyperpresidentialism. So presidents in Latin America have a lot of power. We all know that. And this is, of course, Fernando Botero's painting, The President. And we all know how, the notion of the caudillo, the actual fact that we use the word caudillo in Spanish to signify the notion that a president has too much power. That and desaparecidos, as we heard before, are perhaps Latin America's two key contributions to global language. Caudillo and desaparecidos. So you start realizing what kind of things we're talking about here. So how come or how can we develop constitutional systems that control or at least balance this extreme power of presidents in the region? The third notion is what we call, in the projects that we develop with the Max Planck Institute, selective institutionality. So what does that mean? So it has become common sense to say that the state is failed in Latin America, that institutions don't work. But that is actually not true. As we all know, institutions are very efficient for some and very inefficient for others. So police are very effective in repressing some, and very ineffective in protecting others. And we know that. So the notion is, how do we develop a vocabulary from the discipline of public law that accounts for this selective institutionality? So how do we understand this building of institutions in that sense? And the third notion is what we also call in the project democracias asesinas, killer democracies. So what's the idea there? We all know, and we heard from the presentation, from the brilliant presentation before by Agustin, that a key moment of public law and democracy in the region was dictatorships. And then supposedly we're over dictatorships in which states are supposed to be basically not killing their own populations. But in fact, what we know, and supposedly we're living under democracies. But in fact, what we know is that Latin America is the most violent region in the world. This is, for instance, the 50 more violent cities in the world. And if you look at this, most of them, actually all of them, except 4, are in Latin America. In fact, the 10th most violent cities in the world are in Latin America. So that means that even though we're living in a system that is supposedly democratic and that is not a killing system anymore, in fact, if you live in a city in Latin America, you're living basically in a killing field. So how do we account for this very sophisticated system of public law and democracy when you have inequality, hyperpresidentialism, selective institutionality, and basically a very high level of violence? That's the context. And that's something that is not... So this mix is something that you only find in Latin America. However, you find each of these different elements in different places in the world. So part of our project is to account for this dimension in regional terms, first. Second, we work from the discipline of public law. We are engaged in interdisciplinary research. we want to develop interdisciplinary scholarship, but we think that law as a discipline has a distinct language to contribute to understand these issues. Not only to think of them, but also to think of an answer to them. And in that sense, we think that as lawyers, distinctively as lawyers, we have something to contribute to scholarship in terms of our colleagues in the Max Planck. So we're always a bit ashamed when we present our projects because, I mean, look at the names of these marvelous issues. So nanotechnology, this, and then, so it's amazing. And we are always thinking, so how is it that we bring a different vocabulary way as public lawyers? How is it that we bring it? And part of our intervention is to say, yes, we have a distinct vocabulary and we have something to contribute in those terms. Anyway, so what is it? So what are the core issues and why do we speak of transformative constitutionalism in Latin America? So 4 things. So 4 common things, if you want. So the first thing is that, believe it or not, in Latin America, in all the region, actually, of course, with different levels of penetration in depth, but we have, most constitutions have a very generous Bill of Rights. Of course, all of you are going to say, yeah, but that's not complied with, and we know that. But at least we have them. And that's something that is not a small victory. So the second dimension is the role of judges. And that's something that's very different in terms of Latin America. So what is the case here? So the key dimension here is that a lot of social transformations in Latin America have occurred because judges have taken certain decisions. I'm going to give you later on a couple of examples, but think of the most important social developments in Colombia in the last 5 years, if you want. Take, for instance, same-sex rights. Take, for instance, abortion, the very peace process. In each and every single issue, you had the Constitutional Court saying something about that. Is that enough? Not. Certainly no. Is that necessary? Evidently, yes. So it's not sufficient, but it is necessary. And that's something that is different because a lot of these debates elsewhere, in other places, normally occur either in parliament, so not through judges, or through executive action, because a leader somewhere makes a certain decision. In Latin America, judges do that. And judges do that because of this very generous Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights means the number of rights that are included in a constitution, the number of rights. So they have these tools. And the third thing that is interesting here is the openness to international law. And that is why we can engage in this very fruitful conversation with our German partners. Because all of our constitutions have these very open spaces in which international law is applied directly in Colombia or in general Latin America. So international law is the law, the rules that regulate normally the interaction between states. And those are the treaties. And normally what you have is constitutions in Latin America. So for instance, the Constitution of Colombia say, this constitution, they say, well, what international human rights law says should have an effect under Colombian law or before Colombian courts. And that is the reason why you hear all the time in Colombia, for instance, that certain decision doesn't comply with the decisions of for instance, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Because what they say is important not only at the international level, but also at the domestic level. And it's the same thing in Peru, in Mexico, in Argentina, Chile not so much. Chile are kind of the outliers in that dimension. Yeah, so we work a lot with the Chileans in that sense to debate with them. But yeah, Chile is certainly an outlier because their constitution, they live still under the constitution adopted under the Pinochet regime with some amendments, but still they have that constitution. So Brazil is the same thing. So basically the point here is, the other difference here is that then because these constitutions, these legal systems are open to international law, then the role of a court, a regional court, that is called the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, that is there, that photo is a bit not up to date, but still, the court, what they decide is crucially important to what happens at the domestic level. Domestic level meaning what national judges decide. That is why a lot of our work in our projects with the Max Planck Institute in Heidelberg is precisely to interact with the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. A lot of the funding that is executed in that sense is to bring the judges to Heidelberg. And they go some judges go almost every summer to Heidelberg, and they interact with the researchers. They go and we present our research to them, and then they say, yeah, this makes sense. Why don't you come and you present this to the other judges? How can we do to engage with this dimension of research, so on and so forth. So that is why it's so important for us to interact with the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. So then, 4 things. General Bureau of Rights, judges are the central players, openness to international law, and international law, not in general, but to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And to do what? So that sounds interesting, that's different, but to do what? What are the issues? So the point there is that why do we call this transformative constitutionalism? Why not only constitutionalism or transnational constitutionalism or international constitutionalism? The notion of transnational constitutionalism and the idea that we want to suggest, and really the cornerstone of the project, is that you can transform reality through law or by using law. Is that enough? Of course it's not enough. You need also other variables. But can you undertake certain social transformations by adjudication of public law, by using public law as a distinctive language? Yes, you can, and that's what we want to prove. That's what the whole project is all about. And what is the whole point here then is that our idea is that very serious social issues are not beyond the law. We react very strongly, and in that sense, our project, even though it's an academic and a rigorous project, is not politically neutral in the sense that we believe in human rights and we believe in democracy. And our argument is that even very difficult social problems are not outside the domain of the law. That very difficult situations as the ones that we saw before, social exclusion, hyper-presidentialism, extreme violence, that you can do things with law in order to change, at least in part, that reality. Can you solve social exclusion through law only? Obviously not. But can you solve social exclusion in Latin America without the law? We argue it's impossible as well. That's the whole point. And then in that sense, we react against other people who are saying, no, these kind of things are outside the law. It's only weapons, it's only force, it's only the will of the people that can decide these kind of things. And they will say, no, this has to go through a procedure, through a constitution, through courts. That's the intervention. And obviously, as you can see, we intervene in very specific debates in Latin America. That's the whole project. So that's the idea. So how? First one, inclusion. So very, very deep problems in Latin America. How do you think about inclusion? Of course, you have social inclusion and you have economic inclusion. And then we say we can use law in order to promote better inclusion. Also, what transformative constitutionalism is Latin. So think about it in these terms. So traditionally, conservative societies in Latin America have seen the rights of same-sex couples improved, for instance, because of a decision of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. That's the case of Costa Rica. That's the case of Chile. That's also the case of Colombia. That means that people who were before excluded are now included. And that's a huge success. The second is people who were radically deprived, radically excluded from the system because of lack of resources. Think of desplazados, internally displaced population in Colombia. So did you know that before 2005, they didn't have access to Social Security? They didn't, period. And then it took a decision of the Constitutional Court. Does that, to have social security, does that mean that now desplazados, meaning internally displaced populations, does that mean that they are well off and that there are no problems anymore? Obviously not. We know that that's not the case. But you have to realize that what it took was litigation, a court decision, and a smart process of monitoring in order to achieve that transformation. And that's actual social transformation. Inclusion is the same thing. The other thing is voice, to give voice to the voiceless. Here is, for instance, we collaborate a lot with this civil society organization, is the Center for Justice and International Law. And this is, for instance, a hearing at the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. This is the Sarayaco community of Ecuador. And this is people going before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights saying there is going to be this exploration of oil and gas in our territory, and they should ask us. They should ask not for our consent, but at least they should have a consultation with us, because the territory, and we all know this in Colombia, our territory is sacred, so on and so forth. This is something, so transformative constitutionalism gives voice to this kind of people who would normally be excluded. I don't have to tell this audience how indigenous populations are traditionally excluded from political decision-making in Latin America. So it takes someone who actually mobilizes this vocabulary. Once again, it's necessary, but it's not sufficient. Other things have to be done. And the third is, of course, deep structures of power. Agustin already mentioned this, so I'm not going to go too deep into how transformative constitutionalism not only includes people who are excluded, not only gives voice to the voiceless, but also really tackles and has tackled in a lot of places in Latin America some of the deepest structures of power. Agustin already mentioned the dictaduras in Argentina. So can you think of deeper power in the southern cone? And of course, we have our very own example. I think I ran out of censorship. So, and we have our very own, our very own example of that. So those are the deep, and this was actually the last slide. Those are the deep challenges that we have. And those deep challenges, this is the last one, no worry. So these are the deep challenges that we're trying to tackle. So how to use transformative constitutionalism in order to tackle deep structures of power, give voice to the voiceless, give inclusion in a context that basically transforms societies in a context that creates these issues that I was mentioning about. So that's more or less the idea. That's the kind of research that we're doing. And then we have specific projects on each of these different challenges that I'm very happy to tell you about in the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Well, if I could, thank you very much for the presentation. If I could do just a brief summary of the issues here. Maybe transformative constitutionalism was thought of in that periodic historical period in which we thought we were going to change society in that moment. But now we're struggling to just keep the dam against the violations against basic human rights. So we're kind of in a very, very dark moment in which we have to fight for what we already won, and we have to project, as René was saying, for other rights. So we'll start with a Q&A if there's anyone who wants to jump in. See.
I do have a question out of really curiosity. I'm exotic to your talk, but I wonder, because I've seen, at least in environmental sustainability discussions about law, the last intergovernmental panel on biodiversity and ecosystem services, I did participate as a representative of Colombia there. But the conclusion was that the lack of law was not the problem, but the implementation for many issues. But I don't know how that translates to human rights and all your. But I just wonder your opinion.
Should we pick another one, or yes, over the gentleman over there?
Buenos días. ¿Puedo hacer la pregunta en español?
Sí.
Muchas gracias. Emmanuel Kant era el que decía que la estupidez consiste en apartarse del sentido común. Y Hannah Arendt habla de que la falta de sentido común, el no entender el objeto de análisis en su contexto, eso es estupidez. Es esa transformación, ese constitucionalismo, ¿cómo es que se dice?
Transformador.
¿Perdón?
Transformador.
Esa transformación de ese constitucionalismo justamente responde a esos principios de la falta de sentido común, porque utilizando un discurso contrahegemónico, pues esa misma clase se ha vuelto hegemónica, utilizando un discurso inclusivo pero que excluye a las mayorías, por ejemplo, a las mayorías heterosexuales, pues ¿qué sentido tiene? Un discurso contracultural que se volvió una cultura. Entonces mi pregunta es, ¿no le hace falta acaso para dejar ese dilema que dice el señor expositor entre ¿cómo es que se dice? Unas reivindicaciones sociales que no se pueden dar sin derecho, pero que al mismo tiempo el mismo derecho las niega? Entonces, ¿no es acaso la falta de sentido común? Al primer expositor, perdóneme que no me acuerdo del nombre de él, él hablaba del Estado de Derecho, y me gustaría preguntarle a él si ese Estado de Derecho no es acaso una imposición después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial de las condiciones que impuso el vencedor, una nueva forma de ver esos derechos sociales que ya ahorita se llaman derechos de la tercera generación, después de los derechos de la segunda generación y olvidándonos de los supuestos derechos de primera generación, los de hace 200 años, los que tradujo Nariño, que están todavía muy lejos de materializarse. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos hablar de unos derechos de tercera generación si los derechos de primera generación todavía están en ciernes, todavía están en mora de aplicarse? Muchas gracias.
Over there, please.
No, I'm a hydrologist. Excuse me. No, how would you relate this topic with a new one that environmental ecosystems, rivers, jungles have rights in their own? It goes beyond the human rights. Of course, it's part of living in a good environment. It's a human right, but also ecosystems and rivers and oceans and forests have rights in themselves. How do you link your research with this preoccupation? Thank you.
So we can start with. You want to start or? Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you for the question. In fact, the problem of rule of law or the problem of Estado de Derecho or Rechtsstaat means that every concept has changed, or the concepts changed with time. There is no a fixed concept. You cannot say that rule of law or Estado de Derecho hasn't changed since the 50s to the 90s. For instance, in Germany, the concept was created in the 19th century, and then it changed after the Second World War. And right now, it's sociale, the word social is in Rechtsstaat too. It's in the Constitution. And that's the same thing that's happened in Latin America. We are all talking about Estado de Derecho, but Estado de Derecho is always a concept that should be fulfilled with different historical experiences and also with what judges understand by rule of law and so on and so on. So it's not that a fixed concept that annihilates the possibility of change, but actually is a powerful tool for changing society. And at the same time, because I think this thing about first generation, second generation, third generation of constitutionalism is kind of a problem because the very same concept neglects the historical movement that provide these different generations. Second generations has to do with avoiding communism, for instance, and creating welfare states. But then the third generation has to do with a new understanding of, for instance, the creation of consumers' rights. So when we talk about constitutionalism, history is one of the key topics. It's not only a device to justify law, but also a way of thinking about law. It's about thinking about this transformative effect that could bring, but we cannot avoid looking to the past, and probably that's one of the topics that we are always talking about. And yeah, and I leave you for the Rechtspersönlichkeit of Flusen.
Thanks. Yeah. So very briefly, I'll answer in English, and if, in any case, I can complement in Spanish later on. So 3 questions: implementation and compliance. The second is so obviously law is part of the problem. How come you stand here and tell us that law is part of the solution? And third, the idea of ecosystem rights. So the idea of the rights of the ecosystem, and in general, rights given to environmental entities, not only ecosystems, but there are also, let's say, animals, so on and so forth. So let me begin by the implementation problem. So that is actually a huge problem that we're facing, and we actually have at the Max Planck, the collaboration between the Max Planck Institute, Universidad de los Andes, and other institutions in Latin America, we have 2 projects related with that. So the first one is called Beyond Compliance. And it's called Beyond Compliance, why? Because the question there is, all right, so and it's focused on the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And it says, so Inter-American Court of Human Rights, you adopt these decisions, but no one is really complying with the decisions. No one is really following your lead. And then that project, which involves collaboration with the court and also with other institutions in Latin America, the question is, our way of understanding that dilemma is, yes, implementation is fundamental, it's key, and there are certain orders that have to be implemented. So for instance, let's say, if you say someone should go to jail, then there's one single answer to that. You take the person and you send them to jail. And if the person is not in jail, then failure. The system is a failure. So that's clear. But our argument there is that there are other orders, so for instance, a lot of these transformative orders that require a wider concept, analytical concept of compliance, of cumplimiento, a wider concept. So in very much the same way as a lot of you guys are thinking about a problem, and then you realize that the prism through which you are looking at the problem is the problem. That's the way we're thinking about compliance. We're thinking that the way we're thinking about compliance is actually very narrow and covers only a marginal set of the actual cases. That's what we're talking about beyond compliance, and we're proposing the notion of transformative impact. And the idea of impact, of the impact of these decisions, go way beyond just actually complying. So for instance, very briefly, again, a very clear example is same-sex rights, same-sex couples' rights. So the way that these decisions by these courts have normalized the idea that gay people have rights is a transformative impact that goes way beyond just complying with the decision. Why? Because then it has a wider social impact. The same way as, for instance, the examples that Agustin was telling you about in Argentina. How it becomes, these decisions explained through law become part of our language as civil society. And that is why every time that we get invited to present our Max Planck research to scientists, we always are very happy to do so, because that is the impact. It's not only about, so the answer is yes, compliance is fundamental. We want to look at compliance, but the project in particular is focused on that. And to do that, we have there a second project that perhaps Professor Rábago can tell us a bit later about, is about how this vocabulary of transformative constitutionalism is being adopted by grassroots organizations. So Afro-Colombians, indigenous populations, so on and so forth, that they use that vocabulary, not in the elite level, but to organize and to achieve things before the alcaldía, so the mayoralty, before the alcaldía, before the consejo municipal, very local stuff, and they use that vocabulary all the time. And that's their project, and perhaps Professor Rábago can tell us a bit more about that, using ethnography and anthropology to understand that. So about law as a problem, as a solution, I think you can see more or less our intuition in that perspective is, so basically our theoretical standpoint there is that law is part of the problem, of course, but it is also part of the solution. So we're not saying that a new law is going to answer anything. We are perfectly aware that law reflects deep inequalities in society. But we also think that the form of the law, and literally the rule of law, as Agustin was telling you before, the promise of the rule of law creates spaces also for emancipation. So it's more like a circular argument in the sense that it is part of the problem, part of the solution, and basically the way you use law is in that cadence. You give answers to problems that are also perhaps created by law. Because the alternative, we believe, is terrible. The alternative is the promise of change without law, or by means different from law. And we know what that could entail. So that is a problem. The alternative is even worse. So we have the law, and we need to use it. So that is the way we understand the law. And then finally, ecosystem. So that's actually what we're starting to think of right now. So how do we consider, how do we factor in? So our projects are admittedly, and we're happy to admit, weak on environmental science. So we're trying to develop now a new project on farmers' rights and global supply chains and the way these affect ecosystems, and how the mobilization of law can protect or not protect the environment. And that's something that we need to think about. In that context then, so current decisions, for instance, the decision by the Colombian Supreme Court of recognizing legal personality to the Rio Atrato, the habeas corpus before the Colombian Constitutional Court of the Oso Chucho, you've heard of this case. Those are important for us, and we're studying them, but we have not participated there. And that's something that's something that we want to do more, and that we recognize that we're not doing enough.
Thank you very much. The time is over, but just to tell you, if you want to know anything about our current project in Los Andes, which takes these small places where law is not only used, but also narrated through different other narratives, no? We can speak later, no? So thank you very much, and we go for lunch, no?